doesn't scream. Live in woods, ancients rise. Angry bears fear the night. Men are gone, super whales. Salt is on, never trust an elf. Cold arrow, double staff. Grab your bow, nature's wrath. Pour out a drink for Saint Moon, phantom acolytes too. Remember, the elf cabal is always watching you. Lame burrows, triple orb, entangle a grunt, fight the horde. Men are gone, super whales. Salt is on, never trust an elf. Cold arrow, double staff. Grab your bow, nature's wrath. Pour out a drink for Saint Moon, phantom acolytes too. Remember, the elf cabal is always watching you. Lame burrows, triple orb, entangle a grunt, fight the horde. Men are gone, super whales. Salt is on, never trust an elf.
afraid to turn out the lights? Is there something you're scared of? What's there out in the dark? Make sure to keep all your windows locked. Do you surrender? You try to stay awake. These walls you can't escape. Here's one for the lonely hearts, one for the lonely hearts, for the ones that fear the dark. You better run out of here. Bet you can't look the other way. Here's one for the broken road. That's the only one you know. You better run out, truth or dare. Get me out, take me anywhere but here. Oh, anywhere but here. Oh, anywhere but here. Oh, anywhere but here. Anywhere but here.
Here we go! Second day of the 20th edition of the W3Champions Finals. This is the closed qualifier, and this will be our program for today and tomorrow, because we need one more player for next weekend when we have the best players of the ladder fighting for the big bucks. Yesterday, we had an amazing wildcard qualifier that set the tone for the rest of the weekend, and you guys seem to like this little tri-cast. So, Carson, welcome back.
Hello, hello. Good to see you guys again. A pleasure to be casted with you too. It should be a fun day. Day, I guess, 2 of 3 for this sort of qualifier, and then into the main event next weekend. And so far, so good.
So far, so good indeed. So far, so good. Also, our latest addition to the W3Champions casting crew, the intern Soul Apeman. Thanks to your poll yesterday, community, he's making a return.
I'm very thankful for that, Mr. Neo, for the invitation and for the Twitch chat to keep me around. I don't know for a good or bad reasons, Kappa, but welcome everybody. I'm excited about today because we are going to have professional games and professional player camera setups, hopefully. Of course, not everybody PC is good enough to handle the camera. We know that Warcraft 3 is a pretty heavy game after Reforged, to be honest, Mr. Neo, Mr. Carson. I remember 2 years ago I had pretty old PC and I couldn't really run Warcraft 3 that well. But I'm excited. Kevin versus Biko is going to be amazing. Undead versus Night Elf. Biko is this ladder hero, right? He has so many games and he's creative. So, Mr. Biko, go, go, go.
Alrighty, we have, of course, the qualifier done yesterday. We had a couple of invites, so let's go through the bracket real quick. Invited to this, hey, that's the wrong window capture. Invited to this qualifier, Lemes and Techo for the humans, Knoff, the representative for the orcs, Biko and KraV made it through, and Kevin, Smurf, and Cloud for the Night Elves. If you have never heard of Cloud, you should definitely check out the wildcard qualifier because he made quite an impact there, I can assure you. And that gives us the following bracket: KraV versus Techo and Lemes versus Cloud in one part, Kevin and Biko, and Knoff and Smurf as the main event of today. So, Mr. Carson, who's your favorite here today?
Oh, well, we were talking about it yesterday, and I said I got to go with my boy Knoff because I got to root for Orcs, but of course Cloud as well. Got to root for the NA. So I got 2 people, one on each side of the bracket that I can root for. But honestly, between all 8 of these players, they're all pretty active community members. They're all active ladder players. They're all people that we've known and we've casted and we've played games with for a long time. So, you can't hate if any of these players were to make it through.
It's such an even playing field. It's hard for me to pick a favorite, but what about you, Mr. Soul?
I mean, when we are picking favorites only about the playstyle, right? It's so hard to predict who is going to win. And of course, Pala Rifle excites me. I don't know if Mr. Cloud has enough experience about, how to play Nidal versus Pala Rifle. People say that it's quite easy to win with Nidal versus Pala Rifle, but Professor Lemes is constantly proving wrong those night elves. And yes, of course, I'm rooting for Mr. Knoff. Why? Because he's so nice. I have a weakness for nice people, so Mr. Knoff is, of course, the opposite of Mr. Narbu.
That is absolutely correct. Plus points for the intern dissing Narbu. Okay, very, very good start for you, Mr. 8-Man. 4 matches, and then the semifinals, grand finals tomorrow. I, of course, am rooting for my German boys, Kevin and Teko. They're going to have a tough time, both against Undead. Kevin versus Biko is our first match, Carson. Are you familiar with these gentlemen?
Well, obviously, Kevin is a big community member, a big fan favorite. We've seen him all the time in Doc Inferno and just every single tournament, every single stream. He's always in the Twitch chat at all times. So I think everyone's quite familiar with him. For Biko, maybe a little less so. He's been around for quite a long time. He's gone under a lot of different names on ladder, but he's definitely known for having a very distinct style. We've seen him play frenzy with like a naga and a lich with like double orb and like skipping shop we were talking about yesterday, getting early backpack Saul was mentioning. So Biko's a very interesting player. Once you see him, you're not going to forget him, but I think he's a little less known maybe than Kevin in this medium.
He will make an impact here for sure. First map has been decided. Nice. Good. Well done by the players here, taking care of the veto process themselves. I'm ready. Ready if you are. Hola. I'm so excited I throw my phone to the ground. Oh, veto isn't done yet. Kevin Kevin is also making an internship here, apparently. Okay, gives us more time because we are, of course, raising funds for these players. They will entertain you across 4 more days. And if you appreciate that, they appreciate your money. If you have the means, then feel free to chip in. We got a Matcherino up at !W3CFinals. Lots of people have chipped in. Of course, the front runner, the legend that is Kleine Schildpad, with Fajerk as well in. Max it out 465. So many. Mr. Riza, Yurko yesterday making it a clean 5,700. But if we could add this weekend with above 6K, that would be quite a nice motivation. Also for the players that are currently grinding the ladder to be even more motivated for next season finals.
Yes, definitely. Warcraft Champions is trending now. There is so many new players, and with the new players, of course, there is more bandwidth cost. So yes, some part of this money maybe will go to Warcraft Champions. And also, having Warcraft Champions finals every season is so amazing. And I remember 3 years ago when I was starting my Warcraft adventure, I was so hyped after like every season to see these like high rank people that I didn't know yet, basically to see their game casted, explained by professional casters. So yes, I'm very happy that this is back, and yes, I'm excited for today.
Mr. Carson, are you still stretching? What's that movement?
Oh yeah, I'm still I'm just getting my first couple sips of coffee in me. The first sips are always the best. I'm just sitting back and listening to you two, you know what I mean?
Oh, okay, professional caster just leaning back, let the others do the work. I see how it is.
You know how it is. You're not
I
seeing
know how
it is for the first time. But yeah, definitely. We've always had great prize pools in W3Champions. It's always been really, really motivating, I'm sure, for all the players. For the people that actually can make it to the top of the ladder, unlike me, who's fallen from graces in the past couple of weeks. I've never quite had the pleasure or the privilege, but yeah, it's quite a motivator. Absolutely. We have a lot of people that have grinded a lot to get here. I think all the 8 players that we see today are all ladder grinders, maybe with the exception of Knoff that only recently sort of came back, but he was always good enough to, I'm just going to play 20 games here, 20 games there. But everyone else, looking at Cloud, I'm looking at Lemes, I'm looking at Teko for sure. I'm looking at Smurf for sure. They've all played so much, not just this season, not just last season, but maybe even for the last 10 15 seasons, to go from players that maybe we hadn't heard of to players that are now being casted and playing for almost $6,000.
Pretty damn crazy. We get a couple of support as well. Thank you, Necro Pupper, for the 14-month. Butt Crumbs with the 47, saying, great trio, Neo, Carlson, and Mr.
Hell yeah.
Casterman. Do you have thankful words for Mr. Butt Crumbs? So,
Oh, of course, I'm like huge fan of Mr. Buttcrumbs. Like his sense of humor is amazing. Of course, he's a great addition to like the Warcraft 3 community. And yes, I have only good things to say about the entire Warcraft 3 community and leading them. Of course, Mr. Buttcrumbs, how he's finding those names to gift subs to, I still have no idea, and it's very impressive.
we are putting in the work for these tournaments and the broadcast, but the real work is done by Buttcrumbs. That's for sure. Ferryman777 with the tier 2 sub. Thank you. There's so much Warcraft action that we could never cover alone. So checking out Mr. 8-Man is surely a good thing. He also has a YouTube channel. Did you know? And the more subs he gets, the longer his casting marathons become. Are you excited for the first 24-hour stream soon, so?
Well, it may be the first and the last stream at the same time, because I actually asked Mr. Neo, maybe somebody in the Twitch chat will help me, but I was trying to establish as a Warcraft 3 historian, was there even a 24-hour Warcraft 3 stream in the community? And so far, I heard about long streams, but never 24 hours. Maybe because, you know, the average age between Warcraft 3 community members is quite hard, so maybe I'll try myself to set up this record. So let's see how it's going to look like.
I think I'm a very, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but I'm a very big nerd. I watch Twitch a lot. And I'm aware of 2 streams that have happened that were 24 hours long. The first was Anna back in like 2015. He had a challenge. These are both very similar stories, actually. Anna had a challenge to play 100 games in one day, which he successfully did. I believe it took him 24 hours. It might have been slightly under, though. It might have been like 22 hours. The second one, which is a classic NA story, is OC trying to do 100 games in one stream and getting constantly sniped over and over again on BNet, and people just protoing versus him and forcing every game to be like an hour and a half long. I'm not sure if that ended up being 24 hours, but again, I think it was close. So you might be the first, but there was attempts made.
We got a huge dono once again. This is not the first from this person. Max it out with a third dono, $300. Make it an even number. Giving is a gift, always worth giving. This is $6,000 for the players. This is so freaking crazy. Glad you enjoy it so much, Max. It's been a constant in our supporters, whether it's for the players or for us. Pretty damn unreal. What a great start to the weekend.
Now we got to do a 300-hour stream. It's official. This stream will not end.
Yeah, Carson, you're doing that, right? You said you wanted to do that marathon?
Yeah, I'll be live for the next 10 days here on Back to Warcraft, everybody.
Actually, Mr. Neo, today when I was walking the puppy, because we own a puppy golden retriever, I'm not following Mr. Grabby adventure here, we just like golden retrievers, okay? But I have an idea about a Sabaton in Warcraft 3 community, so maybe if my internship will go well, then I will show you and present you my ideas. But yes, you can make 24-hour stream, but the real challenge is to make a nice Sabaton, and Warcraft 3 community needs Sabatons.
It is about time. Maybe we can do it for the next W3Champions finals. Then we organize and cast and do everything on stream. Then we have the Sabathon content full, I would say, as it is always.
I'll do the sleep streams.
Yeah, of course you do the sleep streams. Then even during the cast. Yeah.
Rude.
I
mean, you're yawning more than the average caster on air, I would say.
It's true. I accept that. I do accept that, yes.
All right.
I'm trying to learn myself, some good habits, some good examples from the Chinese scene, because there is plenty of big Chinese streamers and big Chinese players. And actually one of the biggest tournament organizers and casters, he fall asleep during his stream. So maybe we can even copy this behavior. It was Mr. Xiang Kong, the Shrimp King, and I remember Mr. Remo Dimo was very impressed by this, and this clip is on Back to Warcraft YouTube, I presume. So yes, correct. Check it out.
Yeah, that we were all waiting for the show match, and the organizer fell asleep. That shall not happen to us here today. We have a little bit of a downtime because there was some confusion about the veto system. I single-handedly changed that because I thought we need more exotic maps. Usually in a Warcraft 3 match, you do ban, 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 and then there are 3 maps left, and every participant picks 1 map, and the 1 map is left over, which is your starting map. But I thought, why not switch it up? Have a couple of bans first, then a couple of picks, then more bans, and then you have 1 map left over. Maybe we see like Warhail for the boats, or the new map Boulder Vale as well. So we'll see. Kevin is taking care of all that. Shout out. But let's take a look at the bracket once again. There is a seeding that's a mix of tournament results and ladder results. And Mr. KraV, qualifying only yesterday, is on top of it. He has the highest elo, the highest MMR, the highest average MMR, and put on quite a show today. But is he undefeatable today, Carson?
It's tough to say. I mean, I thought yesterday versus Inspired, like, it was going to be a more difficult match for him, but he seemed to really have no issues. He was hugging the Ziggurat, he was hugging the gold mine. He wasn't allowing his gold mine to get canceled like we saw previously from Checky yesterday. So he's going to have to play the similar matchup today. Maybe not once, but twice. Against Techo, it may be a different matchup than if he has to play Lemes later on. I would say, though, between the 2 humans on his side of the bracket, he'd have more difficulty with Pally rifles. He mentioned yesterday, no problem, I think is what he said when Saul mentioned Pally rifles. But, you know, we know maybe better than him of seeing all history unfold on this channel in the last 6 months, that Pally rifles is a lot easier to say you can beat than to actually beat. So his bigger challenge might come in the semifinals than versus Techo. But Techo, definitely not impossible for Techo to win that match at all. It's a very, very close bracket.
Mr. Soul, who's there to stop KraV?
Well, Mr. KraV, definitely I would like to see him versus Pala Rifle, because yes, you know, I in my life I heard so many times that yes, Pala Rifle is easy to counter, and I said, okay, show me. Not even versus me, but versus Lemes, versus other players. And yes, a lot of people changed their mind, that their idea on paper wasn't that good in practice. But I think, ladies and gentlemen, the games are ready.
Alrighty, Biko says go. GG, have fun both. 3, 2, 1, let's go. W3Champions Finals close qualifier. It is Kevin Warcraft 3 from...
1 second, it's my problem.
What problem? Problem? No problem. W3Champions first weekend, close qualifier day 1. It is Kevin Warcraft 3 from Germany representing the Rocket Beans against Biko from Russia, a very exotic undead. And Kevin was gracious enough to send us his player cam, and also Biko sent us a player picture, as unfortunately his PC isn't good enough, as it is very taxing. So who wants to cast?
I can cast. I'm here. I'm ready to go. I like this matchup.
All right, Mr. Apeman, you and me? He has some problems, I guess. So, okay.
Yes, Mr. Neo, take it away. The problem is that, yes, I have too loud audio, but okay. The next game is mine, because I love this matchup. Have fun with the cast, and yes, it's amazing. Come on.
Alrighty, let's go then. There was a little bit of a joke. Good luck, my friend. Why fight? Draw. Okay, so good spirits between the two already, as the entire atmosphere here at the W3Champions Finals is quite friendly, I gotta say. Biko on the left-hand side has Undead versus Kevin on the right-hand side, of course, representing the Cabal of the Night Elves.
Yeah, and Tide Hunters to start us off. I don't like to dive too deep into the weird things of the early game, as you know. I'm not one to do that, but Biko just attacked his Necropolis, which is typically what you'll do with a Peon when you do the repair trick, but with Undead, don't you just unsummon your Necropolis? I'm confused as to why he did one auto attack on his Necropolis. Carson, anyway, wait, not the end of the world.
Maybe I have a explanation. You know, when you do this unsummoning trick, Mr. Carson, it has led to some weird results that the Necropolis all of a sudden disappears and you get some extra gold, but then you lose the match. So maybe it's a safety mechanism to not unsummon your own main.
Instead, you just repair. So the repair trick also works with acolytes. It's not only unsummoning, but it's also repairing.
Should be, right?
Are all undeads? I wonder if all undeads are doing this, or is this Biko being a little bit innovative, as we mentioned? Very cool. I like it. And Keeper for Kevin, going with maybe the hero which he will expect to play a macro game with, wants to stop expansions, wants to secure his own expansion, maybe expecting Biko to go for that gold mine, which of course he is. So already some maybe interesting play compared to what we're used to seeing at the top level.
Kevin unfortunately made a little bit of a mistake here. The Ancient of War hit one time too many. And now his level 2 is a little bit delayed thanks to the deny. Keeper, of course, needs levels. Treants aren't enough. You want the Entangler as well. And ideally, an expansion. Kevin has been a vice German champion. Especially with the rise of the Keeper came the rise of Kevin Warcraft 3. And he goes back to the Keeper whenever he can. And here on Tidehunters, it's especially strong. Goes for the Entangle, but no forces forced around anymore. Archers have to retreat, and Biko's harass is quite interesting. He's getting the camp done, gets level 2, Unholy Aura up, and is that going to be a counter expansion? It's usually not Biko's style.
Yeah, just creeping to start. Love the double claws as well on the Keeper. Very, very nice to have a little bit of a punch towards that Death Knight. Archer was cut out of position earlier, but the coil threshold was not quite there, so Biko not able to get the kill. The second Archer just to get away, and yeah, it is a tech from the undead side of things, and for Kevin, a tech as well. Third Moonwell after the tech, and Kevin did go for a Hunter's Hall actually, so his tech is a little bit later, but he would be safe if there was an expansion from Biko.
We have seen Kevin versus Ido, who is a German that is also very experimental in styles. Also on this map this week in Dach Inferno. And there it was a Kevin Warcraft 3 Huntress AP push. Maybe not the case here, but Huntress should be able, even without their heavy armor yet, should be able to help against ghouls. And Biko is pretty heavy on ghouls.
Heavy on ghouls and pretty heavy on creeping, as he will reach level 3, sneaking the shop a little bit. This is high value for Biko, as Kevin just tries to pick up the scraps on the edge of the map. A green camp for him, the entire shop for Biko. Grabs a circlet, gets wards as well, and now level 3 Death Knight this early on means the pressure could be quite good. He's looking for a Tree of Life. Not going to find any such thing just yet, but maybe Kevin in the future could look to get a second base. Of course, with the Keeper first, you tend to want to leverage that early game advantage with the Entangle to get a Tree of Life, so that when the Keeper falls off later, you have some sort of a thing to fall back on. But for now, no Tree of Life and a ward to make sure it doesn't happen at all for Biko.
Yeah, I think he could have done more. If not for the deny, the creep in the beginning, then he could have saved himself the Murloc camp and saved himself from the poison. Engine of War goes down. Now we see the strength of Huntress, cancelling a lot of healing, trying to go for a surround. Every Entangle should be a kill. And of course, the biggest threat for Kevin is a ghoul surround that without TP and without staff, you don't want to go for. Wisp to get rid of skeletons and the last bit of mana. We are trading units left and right. Both players seem to be in good shape.
Yeah, every Entangle is a kill, but I mean, Biko can't do much about that until he reaches at least tier 2. So the Keeper for Kevin is doing some good damage. There's another ghoul he's trying to catch up to. Maybe, I think it was a third or a fourth that he's killed in this game in total. And maybe now, if Kevin did want to go for a Tree of Life, even though his tier 2 did just finish, he's going Demon Hunter Double Lore, I think this would be probably the best timing for it to not get canceled when Biko has to go back home and just lost a bunch of ghouls. So we'll see. If there is going to be a second base for Kevin, it should be now. And Biko, second crypt for Gargs back at home.
Yeah, as we said, Biko a very experimental player. Not many in the world play like him. One base Gargs is not necessarily a go-to strategy. But against Night Elf, and especially against the Keeper, and especially against the Keeper paired with the Demon Hunter, Gargs can be incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, there will be no Panda unless it's a third hero, which of course would be an under-leveled Panda, which is the natural counter to Gargs most of the time. I mean, it's not impossible for Kevin with good spread of the Dryads, with 2 orbs potentially. You can deal with a massive Gargs, especially when it's only on one base from Biko. But it will be much more difficult than it needs to be in most cases. But for now, just creeping continues.
Alrighty, Demon Hunter got, of course, insane inventory already with the double claws, the ring, and the slippers. DK can't complain either. Goal is oftentimes to get the Unholy Aura running instead of a second hero. So classic gargoyle play by Biko. This could have been a strat in like 2007 from German legend Hasuops, who got a gift sub yesterday in our stream. Speaking of which, thank you Felher, Korak for the subs and Pabach for the raid. Now first engagement, Kevin sees the Gargs and he has very little to do against them.
Yeah, the only anti right now, I guess, is the Keeper, but then 2 Dryads reinforce in. Level 1 mana burn, not that effective, but enough to drain the Death Knight of all of his potential coils. You mentioned the items on the Demon Hunter that's helping out a lot in these trades. A level 1 Demon Hunter, but with plus 15 and a ton of armor as well to back it up is fantastic. There is a Ziggurat going up with the expansion, but an AP because there's a Wisp to scout it for Kevin, so he's aware of everything. Pico also, with the Observer Wards he put down earlier, is going to be able to see if there's a counter expansion, which there is none of that we can see. He goes for tier 3, and maybe this Ziggurat was just a bait.
Not bad. Yeah, draining resources. Why not? Why not? This means an AP cannot construct it in the main, and the Gargs shall be ready to fly. Yesterday, there was a little bit of Night Elf action on Twitch, actually. Kevin, Pato, and Smurf were collabing together and educating each other and watching their games together. It was a really cool stream to watch. Hopefully, Kevin learned a thing or two, or taught a thing or two. Creep check now, but with only 3 Gargs, that shouldn't be too many kills. Rock Golem goes down, Keeper gets the item, bit more intelligence, but you heard it. Aha! The Dryad falls, and they are very expensive at this stage in the game.
1 Garg might die over the trees, but nice micro. And the Dryads continue to run away, but yeah, they die very, very quickly if you're not microing them away at all times. The Team Hunter got another Slippers at some point as well. Holy Jesus Wheezes. He doesn't even have room for an orb right now, but can pass the circlet over, I suppose, once he hits tier 3, which he is now there. Dryads continue to run, trying to catch another Garg by the orange camp. And 1 Dryad also being chased by 2 Gargs. Biko with nice micro over the trees. Kevin, same story, but might lose this Dryad in the long run.
It is indeed a long run already. Marathon run for its life. Ah, the Garg had the attack animation already. And now, after all this chase, the Dryad turns around. The DK was on the other side anyway, so nice little trap set up by Biko. So far, first 10 minutes, I'd say both players face each other on eye level.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty even so far. 1 Garg coiled, but finds its way over the high ground. Very, very important. Ooh, Death Knight, careful. Maybe not paying attention. That is a surround. Oh my god, could he fight his way out? This is a very tanky Death Knight. Shadow Meld, I don't think there's anything to reveal, but Daytime arrives after the Moonstone, trying to replace it on the 6 o'clock of the surround. It does. Is this DK dead? Nobody tried to fight his way out, but he's gone, I think.
Ooh, switches the focus, but the DH gets the kill. GG. And Kevin, Warcraft 3 wins the first map of the weekend.
That's all it takes, eh? Just a 3-point surround and get out of my game. My god.
This looked pretty experienced by Kevin, I gotta say, against this Garg. And what a caster curse this was for me to say, oh, this is so even. This is eye level.
True.
And then 30 seconds later, it's a total disaster for Biko. So I shall remain silent. Mr. Apeman, what do you have to say about this match?
When I see somebody playing Gargs versus Night Elf, I'm always like, okay, this time I will learn why Gargs are good, because if you watch Hep, he never played Gargs versus Night Elf, right? And yes, in this game, I'm not convinced, and now I probably understand even more why Happy doesn't like to play Gargs versus Night Elf. It's extremely hard to pull off. You need to lame a little bit in this perfect moment, and the game was quite passive from Mr. Biko, so I'm curious if he's going to try this in the next game.
Yeah, it is usually his style. Was it really just the surround where things went so wrong?
Yeah, maybe he looked at the Demon Hunter's inventory as well, because those were some damn good items. And Kevin was tier 3. Yeah, everything else seemed to go fine for Biko. I mean, he lost a couple of extra ghouls in the early game, but that's kind of just a reality against the Keeper. Yeah, I mean, mostly the surround, but maybe there's some other things that we didn't quite see on the map, with our own eyes at least.
Kevin with a good start. This looked a lot cleaner than his match versus Ido in Dach Inferno. Very promising, coming prepared with a little bit of Pato coaching yesterday. I will not give any praise to Nabu Smurf whatsoever, so it must have been Pato. But now, due to the veto system, it is a loser's choice for Biko. A lot of people are already praising his beard. It is a magnificent beard that I also didn't expect when I saw the picture the first time. So let's see if the beard brings it back or if Kevin advances to the semifinal 2-0. I pass it over to you two boys.
I think Mr. Carson wants to prefer the veto, so Mr. New, I have bad news. You are stuck with me here.
Oh, okay, I see. That does make a lot of sense, but so let's be honest, now that Carson isn't listening, this is good news to me.
Well, let's see if it's going to be a good game for Mr. Kukaracha. He needs it. On last refuge, it's a mix of both fast expansion for the undead and the good old creeping. There was nothing crazy in the start. There was no ghoul pool. So yes, let's see. The hero for the Night Elf is going to be Demon Hunter. So who knows? Maybe it's going to be the most standard game ever.
Yeah, this will definitely be very different from game 1. Keeper is Kevin's favorite hero. He had a huge impact in game 1 with a lot of ghouls killed, as you said. Now this entangle will not be there, but Demon Hunter's still strong. It is the meta hero. So let's see what Biko is doing against him. Maybe some worms?
Well, actually, the only matchup when we can see Frostworms being playable on very high level is Undead versus Night Elf. Happy sometimes like to make the Frostworms, and in the new PTR, there is a very subtle change to the Frostworms that actually make them quite better versus Gyros and Hippogriff Raiders, but this is PTR and we are in the live game. We need to keep eyes on the Undead altar. Are we going to see Sacrificial Skull? No, so it's going to be one base play and it gives a lot of time to Mr. Kevin. He can creep level T2 before attacking the Undead.
Yeah, Biko pretty much a one base player, I'd say. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Gargoyles here again. Kevin is improving a little bit. No deny this time, which opens up a nice little level 2 creep route. With Immolation, of course, all accelerated. And Biko also pretty standard, starts with the green next to his camp, so no rushes, as you said, no tower pushes. And with that, a little bit of an advantage for Kevin, who probably goes for harass now.
Okay, yes, level 2 Demon Hunter means that there is nothing else to do than aggression. And of course, our job is to slow down the creeping on the Death Knight, to take all of the mana away, maybe detonate 2 Wisps, and the Wisp connected. When you get 2 Wisps, it's definitely worth it, because without Skeletons, you connect more to the ghouls, you take less damage as a Night Elf, so it's definitely worth it. And now you just dance and you're just being annoying, as Night Elves usually are.
In and outside the game for some of the players. No illusions here. With illusions, you can pull the rock golem.
Oh, greedy play by Mr. Kevin. He wants to creep the Forest Troll High Priest, but Biko is there, and let's see if there is time. Are we going to force the TP? Not really. 2 kinda bad items for Kevin. He has vision, okay, but he's not even planting the sentry ward in the middle of the map. And let's see, okay, he will put 1. And now Biko can do mid-game aggression. Let's see about that.
Okay.
Oh, he's going to creep.
Whoa.
Look at this, Mr. Neo. It's a
Nice.
very good trap to creep. Nice item. But Kevin knows.
Yeah, and that's a lot of poison. He received some poison damage from the Murlocs earlier, and that's of course an invite to the Demon Hunter to do even more area of effect. Coming in, burns the mana, burns the ghouls. Archer's in a wonderful position, I'd say, right next to the tree line. Doesn't prevent Biko from level 3, but he has to pay a price. Oh, or
Actually,
not.
very nicely played by Mr. Biko. The ghoul will die, but look at this. Demon Hunter is out of position, and the question is Biko going to harass a little bit? Maybe he wants to stop Ancient War from creeping, or maybe he's going to power creep himself. Definitely, this is an interesting option to do. Kevin is looking for him coil on the Demon Hunter just to deny the mana burn. It's better to use, a mana offensively than just get it take away from you. And yes, we need to keep eye what Mr. Biko is going to do in the mid game, because I think he will dictate how this game is going to look like.
I agree. You always try to poke the Night Elf and delay him until your Frenzy timing is done, or in this case, the Gargoyle timing. Tech is slightly behind for Biko, but since you have a Crypt already, it should end up nicely for you anyway. Level 2.5, next Murloc goes down. Kevin making good strides towards level 3.
Yes, and this is a little bit of a weird situation. Both players' damage is quite low, so they're basically looking at each other without doing much. And yes, everybody knows that Ancient of War is close to the mercenary camp. We know that a lot of action is going to happen there. And Naga for Kevin, and let's see what Biko is going to do. Is he going to buy his own Naga? Yes, he's going for the Naga. It means aggression. It means that he wants to be aggressive in this mid game. And remember, Mr. Neo, Nagas are very, very fragile. And that's why Undead is buying boots. That same was Happy is doing. That's one of very rare cases when Undead wants to invest into boots of speed to save the Naga. And look at this. Naga of Mr. Kevin without boots is not feeling that well.
No, Demon Hunter is very selfish, but has a staff and saves Naga at home. So Kevin, once again, nice decision making here. With a bit more immolation, he could tear down 2-3 more ghouls. The evacuation of archers looking pretty nice, even against Unholy Aura. And that's a clean win for Kevin in the mid game.
Yes, I think Biko did not expect stuff that early. I didn't even check the inventory of the Demon Hunter, but yes. Biko invested a lot into killing the Naga. Naga went back home safely, so I would say the game is still open. As we can see, both players are going for tier 3, so it's going to be the standard game. And yes, for now, again, and another beautiful stuff of the preservation. I love it.
Already paid off, relatively cheap. Big
Demon
impact! Oh!
Aye.
Naga doesn't have a staff, has to go for a TP, and that's 325 gold gone. Finally, a little bit of an achievement for Biko.
Yes, Biko has a nice idea. He wants to get the item from the Orc Magi on the right, and at the same time take care of Kevin creeping, because yes, this Rock Golem camp, they both think about this. Or maybe actually Mr. Biko will say, no, this is not worth it, it's not too safe to creep Jack with the Dryads with potential and snare. And he's just trying to steal the camps. As we can see, we have first Fiends, they are an answer to Dryads. And what item the Demon Hunter will get? Plus 6 strength, that's pretty good, because in the late game Demon Hunter becomes this big tank that just eating Coil Nova.
Right on. For that, you don't need tier 3 and a little bit more experience. Tier 3 is almost done. This time, no Garg, so we were wrong. Biko shows his versatility. Can mix between the regular style and his unique Gargoyle style. With Fiends, with Destroyers, and then maybe even a push. We'll see about that. But Demon Hunter on a good way, Naga on a good way. Kevin is getting ready.
Yeah, by the way, Neil, do you think that a level 2 Aura on the Death Knight was a misclick? Maybe because he was so low on mana, but yes, I'm checking your beautiful game overlay and the Twitch chat, and people are pointing out that yes, Death Knight has level 2 Aura. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, gives a bit more HP regen, gives a lot more speed. But yeah, could surely be. Biko has, of course, played a lot of weekly tournaments and cups. But on the big stage, not too much experience. So yeah, maybe the nerves are showing.
Yeah, but he was close to Demon Hunter, so, well, he's the man who is stealing items with the backpack technology. So maybe he thinks that, yes, Aura is better, and he actually is willing to test this on the big stage. Definitely that's the question that I will ask him in the post-game interview, or just in text, you know. So definitely interesting choice. And yes, both players are on tier 3. Undead has 3 heroes, and Orb of Corruption is present in the inventory. So now the question is Undead going to push with Ghoul Frenzy timing? But I think not. I think Undead, Mr. Biko, wants to get the red item, and let's see if he's going to succeed. Now you need to kind of surround. He's surrounding with Book of GG. What is better, to sell this book or to let Nidalf dispel it? Actually, there is a third option. You can creep with this. And to be honest, I really like it.
Yeah, that definitely speeds up the creeping. Unfortunately, only got the Unholy Aura. Now Book of the Dead for Kevin as well. Level 3 on the Naga for Biko is right around the corner. Same for Kevin, who got his level 4 for Evasion. And the Orb, so not much is missing, to be honest. A little bit of creep craft. Question is, will Biko start to push now that his upgrades are finished?
Yes, both players are in the fighting shape. I think they are just going to compete for the creep camps because yes, the timing is kinda gone, and if you fight in your opponent base, your opponent will get this defender advantage. And Biko is in time, he's ready, and this is going to be a... Oh, he dodged the coil. I don't know this worth it probably, but yes, that's going to be a very important fight.
Alrighty, Destroyer up, Frenzy finished. So is the Burrow upgrade, where Kevin has no detection against. Must use it on the Fiend rather soon. Heal Scroll keeps the Fiend in the fight. The other one a little out of position. Same for the Demon Hunter. Staff must be ready, but Kevin doesn't feel comfortable in this choke where the bears can't connect too well. And of course, this was the timing for Biko with his Destroyers full of mana. Portals away. Biko goes for the red. Kevin is rather close though, so maybe Creepjack next.
Yes, and there is no TP on the Undead. Of course, forcing Nidelf to TP out was a good thing, but now we are going to be Creepjack. What is the item? Medallion of Courage. Pretty okay, both for Death Knight and Lich, I guess. Anti-magic potion on the Demon Hunter, but it can be dispelled easily. And Demon Hunter is going to be stuffed away, but barely. And now the problem is that Nidelf needs to fight without Demon Hunter. And who is going to tank the damage? Definitely not Naga. Naga goes down, and it looks like Mr. Biko can play off meta and meta very well.
Indeed, I am positively surprised. Clean fight by Biko. Wasn't stressed at all by being creepjacked here. And level 3 Naga, you really need it to slow the heroes down and to burst out that fork lightning damage. Kevin in a little bit of trouble, especially when we look at the Moonwells.
Yes, Biko had an option to go better and expand, but he thinks that because Naga is in the altar, he can actually trade this. As we can see, Demon Hunter has the Orb of Venom, so the fact that there is no Naga is problematic, but not that much. And yes, who is going to trade better? The Obsidian statues, they're bringing so much value here. And Moonwells are empty, so I like this push, but remember, it can backfire quickly. Ashen of War is in a very nice position, deals a lot of damage, and the Knight is starting. So now the Moon Juice is growing.
Yeah, we have seen some crazy defenses on the Night Elf side. Usually they need the second hero fort, especially for the staffs, not available. We get mana burns, but a coil and nuke beforehand.
Demon Hunter.
Yeah, dry blocking a bit. Can go for a potion again. Lots of resources into consumables, but as long as the Demon Hunter is up, there's a way to win this game.
Yes, I think that Mr. Kukaracha tested the waters and he's like, this is too hot for me. But who knows, maybe he'll stay. Death Knight has just an invul. Look at this, Demon Hunter, full mana, full HP as usual. And Naga is about to pop out from the altar, so I don't know if this push is the best idea, but Mr. Biko still is trying to do it. Now he's pulling back a little bit.
Yeah, I wanted to use the time where the Naga is dead, but that might backfire. No TP, no Invo Potion on that Lich either. Demon Hunter might need another staff, but since the Naga is back, he can feel a lot safer. Dry it with the crowd control, poison, and of course the Naga can't be saved with the coil. Has to go for the Invo Potion instead. Nice little back and forth between them.
Yes, this is a very close game. Both players are playing very efficient. Obsidian statues, Moonwells, and there is only one invul potion left on the Undead, so when it's gone, it's going to be a big problem. And again, Biko is trying to do what he can to focus the Demon Hunter, but again, the new fresh Reju is coming, and the Moonwells are growing. So the game is a little bit of a stalemate. So maybe now Mr. Biko will do something different. He has 500 lumber. Definitely he can expand. He can creep the turtles on the bottom right. And yes, when the game is this close, you know, you really like to check the other options than just fighting, right? To give yourself this 5-10% more chance to win, but actually they're going to meet in the middle and fight again.
Yeah, I'm surprised. No Disease Cloud, no Abominations, anything. Demon Hunter got the Invo Potion. Bears stuck behind the range army. That's not ideal. Biko punishes that positioning mistake immediately by knocking out one bear. Demon gets the Reju one more time, but it's always a bit fodder for the Destro. Actually not dispelled. Ooh, that's a lot of free healing.
yes, Leech on level 3 is a pretty good level up, and yes, Biko is disengaging, but now he broke the supply, right, Kevin, as we can see. He's under 50, 51 supply, so he's getting this sweet gold. He can, of course, buy a second orb if he wants. I know there are pretty mixed opinions in the Undead community, should you buy second orb that early, but this is definitely an option, and he's going into the Undead base direction.
Okay. Trying to prevent creeping, I guess. Trying to prevent the possible expansion. He's scouting already, or is he expanding himself? He doesn't have the gold for it. So just making sure that there's no second undead base. So far, so good. Both players have a lot of room to scale into the late game. With expansions, of course, but also with crows on the Night Elf side. With abominations and wagons with Disease Cloud. Or frostworms on the other side. So I don't mind if this game goes a little longer.
Yes, the only problem for me is that Kukaracha is on 60 supply, right? So he's supply ahead, but he's getting a little bit less gold from creeping. Mr. Kevin, but Mr. Kevin, you know, even though he's on 50 supply, he's investing into some upgrades. He doesn't have that great inventory. So after all, I think that Kukaracha is winning the efficiency game, and he even got the flute. Mr. Neo, what do you think about the flute? There is so many range units, destroyers, fiends, 2 range heroes as well, so I think he will keep the flute on him.
Yeah, Mr. 8man, since you ask, I had to learn to play the flute in school when I was very young, and I hated it. But as an undead myself now, flute is bringing lots of joy, especially with armies like this. Expansion.
And
Huh?
the push is coming, yes, Mr. Neo, I have a cringe story about the flute in the elementary school as well, but maybe let's not go there, or when this cast is going to be finished without any technical difficulties, we'll celebrate by sharing this story. But yes, Mr. Kukaracha is pulling back. There is nothing to creep really that much, and I wonder why nobody's expanding, and actually we have an answer on the bottom right on the red spot. Mr. Kukaracha is expanding. This is a super weird position, but okay, show me that it can work.
Yeah, Kevin had a wisp there. I'm pretty sure he knows. It might have been killed before or was roaming, but he's double checking now. So all available. On Kevin's side, we do see the Ancient of Wind. Instead of going Talons, he's going Hippos, which I don't mind seeing 1 or 2 Hippos. You might think you need it now. It's also good for scouting, but now that I want to justify this Hippogriff, he's switching to Talons and the upgrade. By staying at 50 food. But yeah.
So maybe for the Twitch chat, a quick lesson about how to check the modern Night Elf and old school Night Elf. So few months ago, no, over 1 month ago, there was a change to the Druid of the Talon Crow form damage type. Now it's piercing instead of magic, and it means that the Druid of the Talons, they can attack destroyers. And now you can choose between Hippogriffs and Talons, and the biggest change is that when you web a unit, if it's ranged, it can still attack, you know, on the big range, but if you web a melee unit, it's so easy to just kite away. So that's why the modern Night Elves, they really like to play Druid of the Talon. It takes a lot of time to go online. So let's see if it's going to be the case here, because I really like the timing from Mr. Kukaracha, but he still has expansion behind him. So maybe he's just testing the waters again, but those trades are not looking too good for him. Kevin is trading nicely. Another, and look at this moon juice, Mr. Neo. There is so much moon juice, moonstone use, but yes, look at this undead ball of death. I love it. So there is so many units at a very small area, and everything is high damage.
Demon Hunter close to 5, that's oftentimes a win condition. Talents are coming with upgrades. We have seen Web, as you mentioned, Bear staffed out. Demon Hunter Regen was going on for a bit. Nuke is crazy! Healing! Last second for Kevin. He cannot afford to lose his first hero. That's the knockout punch immediately. Biku is doing a wonderful job buying time for that second base. And now he sees the
Stalos in the back. But there is flying away. So again, the Night Elf army is a little bit out of position. We have web, I presume, but we are not webbing yet. Demon Hunter, yes, just focus Demon Hunter. I do agree with Mr. Biko. Click on him, and Demon Hunter is, of course, surviving like James Bond in all of those James Bond movies. In Warcraft 3, we try to avoid spoilers, but in James Bond, spoiler alert, James Bond always survives. Similar with Demon Hunter.
That's right. He's also wearing a mask, right? So he's disguising himself a little bit. He would be a good spy. Maybe he is James Bond after all. Who knows?
So, again, supply lead for Mr. Kukaracha, but he has the expansion. Kevin broke the supply as well. He needs to do something. But look, Mr. Neo, top left, there is expansion for the night event. First Abomination is joining the party, so players are going into the late game, 20 minutes in the game. So we have Druid of the Talon, we have Abomination. The next step, of course, it's Necromancers, but probably not in this game because it has to be like 30-minute long game with camping. I saw a few games like this from Mr. Happy. But yes, Biko has the guy high ground. He's regenerating mana, and good luck, Night Elf, from breaking this base. But Kevin is mining from 2 bases as well, so the game is still open. But I like the undead position so far.
I agree. And I'm a bit confused, so I hear from the Night Elf all the time, oh, we have no lumber, we have lumber problems all the time. Now I see Kevin at 1200, but without gold, so maybe the PTR is getting in a bad direction and we should rather change the gold gather speed.
It's if you make like 2 or 3 too many wisps, you know, like you don't see it in like minute number 9, but if the game lasts 21 minutes, yes, you have this additional lumber. And of course, on Professional Warcraft 3, it's very rare to see a lot of lumber because players really like to spend their lumber efficiently. Sometimes when both players bought the shredder, we can have like 2000 lumber versus 2,000 lumber. But yes, that's a good point. Mr. Kevin has a lot of lumber, so definitely he can think about maybe another expansion. But the question is, can he hold this expansion? Beautiful upgrades. Let's check on the both players. We have 1-0 only, so this is not that beautiful for the crows, and 2-0 for the undead. And it works nicely with the flute as well. I'm not going to start this discussion. Is the flute buffing only the non-upgraded damage on upgraded damage? But definitely a lot of piercing. And we have the Disease Cloud. And yes, Mr. Biko knows about expansion on the top left, so maybe we are going to see a big fight.
I really like Kevin's reaction here. He's expecting Disease Cloud from either Abominations or Wagons, so he's going Chimera Ruse. He can't afford it right now, unfortunately. The tree had to settle again, wanted to move to the right-hand side. Also, Kevin identifying that there is an undead army and he should rather not do that. So we're preparing the fight for these big 150 mana burns. The Acolytes, I was about to say, could probably be ignored, but they're actually doing quite some damage and might get the Haunted Goldmine. But of course, it's easy and free to repair. Double heal scroll for Biko, 80 food. Kevin still needs a little bit of time.
Yeah, so now it's about the movement on the map, right? It's not that easy to know which option is the greatest. Should we like attack expansion? Should we attack the main base? And the
Death
Acolytes
Knight.
almost got it.
Yeah, but
Death Knight.
the Death Knight just ran into the Night Elf army, not punished. I think Kevin was busy repairing at the main. Now Kevin with high ground, taking care of some XP, and Naga would be delighted about level 5 as well. Do you want to push with Fiends into this high ground position?
That's a good question. The supply is about even. Mr. Biko is kiting back. I like it. The crows are all exposed, and without them, it will be problem to take care of the destroyers. If destroyers are free, they will eliminate the bears. With the bears dead, now the Dryads will be targeted by Fiends, and supply is dropping for Mr. Kevin. Demon Hunter is trying to do the best. Naga for the Night Elf is just on level 4, so definitely big experience advantage for Biko, and he's looking good in this fight. The question is, can he continue this? Because as we can see, Kevin wants to get that Death Knight, but now Naga of Night Elf is in a big trouble. If this Naga dies, I think this game is going to look better and better for the undead.
And Coil Nova on the Demon dies as well. Without heroes, you can't win a Warcraft game. And Biko takes map number 2. Cool game. Very back and forth. 24 minutes. We've seen various units here. All the tech stages on both sides. And Biko shows that there's a good reason why he's in the tournament.
Ooh, that could have gone to like one of those stalemate positions. I saw it go in super late game, but as the gold mines run out, fight on the high ground. And yeah, Biko, I feel like he had too high of an experience advantage for just most of the game. He was able to leverage that even with the first timing, and then he traded just a little bit better throughout the game to the point where, what was it, 5-4-3 versus 5-4 at the end? Yeah, Kevin definitely needed Naga level 5, I think, to make that fight work in the end. But even at that point, undead heroes are better at that stage in the game when I think it's not, Panda second or something like that.
Yeah, and then it comes down to the Naga loss in the mid game, right? Otherwise, she would have scaled a lot better, would have opened up the game a lot better. But Biko was very, very good at punishing Kevin for the 1-2 mistakes that we've seen. And then it was game in the end. Good fights, exciting fights. And now one map left. Who makes it to tomorrow's semi-final? Kevin versus Biko. Before we go into the match, thank you, Frank Bags, for the Prime sub. You lovely, lovely soul. And speaking of soul, he's the caster for the next game, alongside Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Neo, and it's going to be springtime. Welcome, Mr. Carson. Welcome to this game. And yes, how do you like what Mr. Kevin is doing? Because Carson, where is the altar?
Ooh, I wonder what sort of hero he's gonna go. Is it? I mean, every time I see a tavern hero these days, I don't know if you feel the same. I just automatically assume Firelord because it's so popular. But what sort of tavern hero do you think in this matchup is best? Panda?
Well, when I think about, well, of course, we saw some Panda from Lolight, and it was hilarious because this was invisible Panda level 5 trying to lame. But what I really love with Firelord is when you can find a spot on the map where you can multiply your lava spawns. And basically in this matchup, the most cool thing for me is to count the lava spawns. So I saw, I think, 7 lava spawns creeping the red camp as a second camp. You start with you scout with the mer camp, you multiply them, you pull the red camp to your to your mer camp, and yes, you constantly attack, because if the viewers don't know, lava spawns, they need to attack like 12, maybe 15 times to split. I don't remember, but if they're constantly... Yeah, if they're constantly attacking, they are splitting. There is some limit to it, but yes, if the map is very dense with the creeps, we can see it. That being said, we don't know which hero is going to be. The tavern is going to open at 2 minutes 15 seconds. Speaking about Biko, very standard opener, nothing out of the ordinary here. And the question is he still going to try to expand, or he is going to harass the tavern hero? Definitely versus Panda, you can consider that, because Panda is the creeping hero. But yes, we need to wait a little bit more to know the hero.
Yeah, we'll see if Biko's able to get the information early enough to react to it, or if he's just going to do the, whatever he wants on his side of the map. For sure, Biko's shown a couple of different styles so far. The Gargs didn't work out as well as the tier 3. I think much more comfortable it looked for Biko with the Fiend style, with the Ground Army. Death Knight comes out, 3 ghouls are pulled, and we go towards the green camp, it looks like. And then we'll see soon, in a couple of seconds, what the hero's going to be for Kevin. And it will be the Firelord, okay.
And he's actually starting with the green camp, and archers are pulling the green camp to the... Okay, that's interesting. Because the green camp has a little bit of a weird layout. So you want to make sure that you start with the Fruborg Shaman, and now he's not going to cast the Reju, Mr. Carson, because actually Kevin pulled it away. Where is Mr. Biko, though? He's in the middle.
Yeah, I like that idea from Kevin. I've never seen someone pull that camp, because generally when you creep it, it's pretty easy to do even with the Reju, but as the first creep camp to pull it, it's nice. Gives 132 experience there, and Biko towards the center. He goes and checks the expansion, checks the green.
Counting lava spawns, we have 2 for now. Third lava spawn spawned by using the mana, and yes, we have an opportunity to see 6 of them, hopefully. Of course, Mr. Biko can stop this because he's going to creep very aggressively. He's pulling the ghouls. Is going to be the classic level 2 mid-game aggression designed to kill the wisps. But yes, so far so good for Kevin. He's creeping nicely, and he has the double item.
Nice detonate from Kevin there. Got 2 skeletons, also detonated on the Death Knight, so he's low on coils already. Used the coils aggressively to creep, but we'll see how many wisps fall. So far, 1 has been detonated.
This base is naked, and when you move the wisps, also they don't gather any lumber. But so far, it's not looking too bad. Kevin, of course, can control the wheels nicely. And look at these lava spawns. How many of them they are?
You said 7 earlier. We're getting close to that number right now, and they're going to continue to split if they keep on attacking. But yeah, Wisps not gathering lumber. 1 ghoul going to go down, but I believe 1 archer and 3 Wisps have died so far in total. 1 detonated, of course. But Biko, there's just too much. There's too much stuff. He did good damage with with the time that he had, but now at least Biko could be happy that he delayed the splitting of the lava spawns, slowed down the momentum of the Fire Lord. So now Kevin obviously doesn't have a ton more mana to summon lava spawns, and his
Yeah,
creeping's going to
that's
be
the problem.
significantly slowed.
Lava spawns are going to disappear sadly, and from beautiful 6 lava spawns, you are left with 0, or maybe one is actually splitting. So Fire Lord is that was actually very close, and yes, that's perfect because you can still attack, and maybe there will be more. Mr. Biko pulled back a little bit. He's just going to creep. So one base, nothing really special. And yes, I think with Fire Lord we can actually both go tier 3 and tier 2 expansion. We'll see about that.
Yeah, level 3 already. Kevin goes towards what I have to imagine is the shop, or is he going for the red camp? Oh my god, already, eh? You mentioned this earlier. I didn't think it was that easy if you didn't already have split lava spawns, but alright, we creep the red. It's our 4th creep camp of the game at the 5-minute mark. I love it.
And the longer it takes, actually is not that bad because your lava spawns are attacking anyway, right? So this is also kind of okay. Ancient of War is tanking the damage, so you don't care about this that much. Of course, the problem is if Undead is going to creepjack you, but Mr. Biko is not expecting that, and he's in the middle. Maybe he will get the item from the shop. Let's see about that.
I can't believe this, actually. He's taking like 50 damage. Like one Wisp repair, he's eating trees all the time. He just creeps the red camp. It's 5 minutes into the game, and he crept the red camp, he took no damage. Saul, what am I watching?
Well, this is a perfect example why Fire Lord is trending now. So yes, a lot of Nidelf players, they like to play Fire Lord in the Nidelf mirror versus Undead as well. And look at the item pipe for the Nidelf, and Mr. Carson, a little bit of Warcraft free trivia. Dryads have mana and bears have mana as well, so pipe sounds pretty good. Can feel your heroes, can feel your units. Of course, mana on Dryads is not that important, but on bears, every reju is a big change.
Yeah, absolutely, and can help sustain the Fire Lord. Lava spawns are very, very costly mana-wise, so he's going to have that, and especially if he goes Incinerate later on, he'll have consistent little bits of mana for that. Demon Hunter second for Kevin, as well as double lore on the side of Biko. He did knock over the second crypt. He's playing the Fiends, which he was successful with on Last Refuge. But for right now, I don't know if Biko's going to be favored in this exchange.
You need to patiently wait for the destroyers, right? Because they are arch enemies of lava spawns, but also you don't want to let Nidelf creep that freely. So he's just hanging around with a very small amount of ghouls. He has more ghouls in the base, right? He's waiting for the ghoul frenzy timing, and let's see, in game number 2, he decided to basically creep entire map, but it was a last refuge, so it's a little bit different. Maybe in this game, he will do the classic ghoul frenzy timing.
Yeah, that would work out quite well. We do have the Tree of Life. 600 HP done, so nearly half completed, and shop coming up as well. Biko creeps the shop. Kevin already level 4 Fire Lord. Gonna creep jack. Shouldn't be able to stop Biko from getting this, but actually
he got it. Yes, he got it, and it's annoying, of course. Not the end of the world. Item goes to the Undead as well, but I don't really know if this expansion is going to... This expansion may be problematic. If Biko will decide to do the Ghoul Frenzy timing, if you have an expansion up, then you have less units, of course, but you have also one location to worry about. Undead can sit like between your expo, between your main, fight you on those like both directions. So yes, we'll see about that. Tier 3 is ready for the Undead. We are awaiting Leech, we are awaiting Ghoul Frenzy, and then Mr. Biko probably will push.
Yeah, it seems like he's setting himself up for a very, very strong timing, Biko, so we'll see how effective it is. Pennant of Energy as well. The items are pretty good in terms of mana and health for Biko. For Kevin, he's trying to get Demon Hunter level 3, which he will get very, very close to. Going to take probably at least one more camp. Maybe the lab would be the next thing, or the other shop, potentially. Demon Hunter actually is going to get level 3 with the Fire Lord pulling away, so Kevin is as prepared as he's going to be for this timing. He's staying on tier 2, he's massing Dryads, he has his shop, and the tree is now pivoting over to the gold mine. The question becomes, how strong is Biko going to be in the next minute and a half after this red camp as well?
Yes, I completely agree. Having your second hero on level 3 is a very, very good thing when you want to hold versus the Undead push, but without bears, there will be very little. And Flood. Flood is an amazing item, by the way, a lot of piercing damage, but yes, without healing from bears, without this sweet reju, Undead can do a very, very nice hero focus. But now, minute number 9 is here. Orb is here, Ghoul Frenzy is here. Are we going to see Ghoul being pulled by Mr. Biko? Or, okay, the players are meeting, but Biko is not that aggressive, so maybe he's going to counter expand. We'll see about that.
Yeah, he invested, I suppose, a lot of mana and health into getting that red camp, which he got a Medallion of Courage, got a lot of experience, almost Naga level 3 on the side of Biko, but now he's unfortunately on all of his heroes except for that new Lich that just came out of the altar. So maybe he wants to wait, creep a couple more camps, let the statues do the work, and then later push. And I don't know, has he even scouted the Tree of Life, I suppose is a question we have to ask. Does he know that Kevin has expanded? He can assume, but I don't know if he's actually seen it.
Yeah, that's the good question. Maybe he's trying to recreate what happened in game number 2, right? So staying on one base versus one base and creeping a lot. But this time Mr. Kevin is tricky. He has expansion up ready, the gold mine is being entangled, but yes, there is still tier 2 only. One statue got intercepted. And actually the Kevin army looks quite scary, but of course Undead can trade forever, so see about that.
Yeah, 60 supply for Kevin, 49 for Biko. He's going to try to abuse that aura if he can. He's almost level 4 on the Death Knight. That'll help him run around the map a little bit, but he's going to have to do only running right now. I don't think he's going to be able to trade effectively for now. So Nova and Kiting continues. Trying to focus the Demon Hunter. You mentioned there's not a lot of healing because no rejuve, so maybe Hero Focus could be the play. One Fiend could die because there is no coil, and yeah, Biko has to run away.
Yes, Kevin is doing very, very, very well. And yes, Undead army looks tiny. Mana on Undead looks tiny as well. On the Night Elf, on the other hand, we have a lot of mana from the pipe. And yes, now Biko knows, is there TP on the Night Elf? There is. Kevin is teleporting and Biko needs to go back. He has only 3 ghouls, 2 fiends, 0 destroyers in the air. It's not looking too good, but he's bringing more ghouls and now is decision time. Is he going to fight? Because if he wants to fight, the time is now. Or is he going to try to pull back and counter expand? Let's see.
He's breaking upkeep Biko. He unsummoned his altar back at home. There is no Nature's Blessing for Kevin, so maybe a Sapper could be a potential play for Biko to deal with that expansion. But oh, the Focus Fire of the Death Knight right away. That's Incinerate and Dried Focus Fire for you. Demon Hunter now also gets the same treatment, but that Pushman Vulnerability is going to wear off soon. Not a lot of mana for Biko. This is a tough, tough fight.
Yes, very tough fight, and he can't go back and just chill in his base. Level 4, give him some additional HP, and the Demon Hunter is again the target, and he actually goes down, but supply is dropping rapidly. And remember, Firelord has no TP!
Oh no, Kevin, you were in such a good position! You just had to save your staff and both heroes die. Now the Lich swaps something, greater heal, and just heroes against Dryads is actually very, very winnable. Demon Hunter back for the Tavern to the 12 o'clock of the fight. But really, Biko, he got way more than he should have gotten in this fight. Kevin still has a mining expansion, but he's plummeting in supply and giving so much experience over to the Undead right now.
Yes, Kevin can't afford the Firelord Tavern rebuy. He's starting his Firelord in the altar. It will take forever, and when you are playing Undead, you need to know when to go for these hero kills, right? When I saw this start of the fight, I, to be honest, thought that Kevin will just out-micro this. You know, he will like just pull back, keep his heroes behind, but Biko in this perfect moment decided to go for the hero focus and he succeeds, but the game is still not over. Supply is looking better for the Undead, he has the statue, and now he has time because trades for Biko are looking much better now.
Nice mana burn for Kevin. Yeah, you gotta save that staff. You have to save that staff. You can't be staffing units that aren't that valuable. Your heroes should be the top priority. Focus Fire on the Demon, but the shop is there for a reason. And one potion burned, another one purchased. Shop will die, but it's done its job. Firelord, a little over 50% done now. More Dryads coming out. The expansion is still mining Biko. If he had only cleared his gold mine, he could be counter-expanding. I think the center would be too risky. But Biko definitely has enough control of this game to get his own second base up if he so desires. But it feels like he wants to end it right here, right now.
In this position, he used a lot of ghouls, right? So he doesn't have even enough lumber. And
True.
I mean, of course, I do agree that pulling back, but if he had like 500 lumber, look at this. Kevin is investing into mercs. He understands this. It's last moment. He needs to spend all of his gold. He needs to defend this push. We have first Abomination. I like it. Look how many Dryads there are. Of course, Kevin is still on tier 2. That doesn't help him, right? Tier 3 would be amazing for the Night Elf, but he can't afford this. He's rebuying 2 heroes. And yes, the trades are still good, but the Obsidian statues, they're providing so much value. And at least Firelord is back with his huge lava spawns.
And he brings back the aura as well. Mana is very, very low for Biko, but we've been here before and it didn't seem to make much of a difference. Potion is on cooldown right now, but Staff is not. He uses that potion now, or at least staffs it out. The Demon Hunter is going to come back in a second. Lich now is the focus fire target. He had one coil and one coil only, and that coil is gone.
Yes, supplies favors Kevin, but again, undead heroes are scaling well. Now the lava spawn is the prime target. There is 0 destroyers in the air. Level 3 on the Lich will help a lot. And we don't have the know what about the Demon Hunter. There is stuff on the Fire Lord. He's drinking a potion. It's a very close moment. Demon Hunter stuffed back.
Oh yeah, a little bit of stutter stepping there. Maybe costs that Demon Hunter almost his life, but not quite. Lich needs to make it to the lab. Maybe a Zeppelin purchase that is going to get a little bit dicey, especially with the creeps that could wake up and could ensnare it, but he just runs back. Biko, very, very tough position. He's going to go for Focus Fire on the Fire Lord yet again. Frost Armor. This is a very tense position. No disease pad on those abominations means the sustain isn't as good as you'd like it to be, but there's a coil to save the Lich. Can he get a Zeppelin? I don't know if he's going to be able to without it getting ensnared.
In this position, you can do it. And not for long. And look at this Demon Hunter. And actually the Death Knight will die. He's opening this like the Kinder Surprise. And look at this. Actually the Death Knight is the James Bond here. He's escaping this. And the abominations are connecting. Fire Lord goes down. What a fight.
Oh my god, and Demon Hunter's back. Demon Hunter, what are you doing? You're dead to level 3 coil! No! Kevin, GG is called. He had it in his hands, but he let it slip away with the staff on the Dryad. One simple error, and Biko makes it into the semifinals.
What a legend. What a fight. Oh, poor Kevin. But we have that B2W rip emote for a week that shows a crossed-eyed Demon Hunter, and we have that for a reason. The Night Elves tend to lose their heroes one time too many, and that was the case here as well. Strong start for Kevin into the series on Tidehunters with the Keeper, but Last Refuge and Springtime both go to Biko, and semi-final for him. GG.
A very, very, very even series between the two of them. We knew this bracket was going to be close, but after game one, we were like, is Biko going to get owned here really quickly? But no. Brings it back 2 maps in a row, 2 very, very close games in a row, and just pure micro there in the end. Pure micro. Kevin slips up a little bit, and that's all it takes, man.
What a sick fight that was, though. Oh man, man. Poor Kevin. The Fire Lord creeping works so well. The middle game domination works so well. The expansion works so well. He gets the expo up. Everything is fine. And then he misses the staff, or he uses the staff on the Dryad, doesn't have it for the Demon Hunter, and then everything is falling apart. That is so heartbreaking for my friend Kevin. It's, well, Warcraft games be like that.
Yes, what I really love about high-level games is like when I play myself and I have, let's say, low HP hero and a second low HP hero, and my opponent has low HP hero and a second low HP hero, what do we do usually? We A move and the heroes are just dying. Nobody's like saving them with invulns going back. But the bigger your skill is in Warcraft 3, then you can keep those red HP heroes alive longer and longer with these cool moves, with like those cool escapes, positioning, forcing your opponent mistake. So yes, I definitely love this type of Warcraft, and yes, that was amazing.
And sad. It was also sad for all the Kevin fans out there, but the Germans have another horse in the race that's going to be Teco later on. But if we look at like regional favoritism, Carson, your region, the NA region, is stepping up big time in the next match. That is the representative Cloud that not too many people heard from before.
Yeah, I suppose my region now versus Saul's region. And Cloud, yeah, nobody, maybe we haven't really cast him a ton on this channel. He might have played a couple weekly cups, but gone under the radar. But yeah, yesterday, defeating, I think, Neutron was the first one that we were like, oh, wow, Jesus. We didn't expect that. And he had a great performance throughout the entire day. And now he's got to show his knowledge and see if he can defeat the Pally rifle player, Lemes. Does he know how to beat the dreaded strategy? It may be a little bit easier with Night Elf, but it's still a challenge, especially against a player with the experience of Lemes.
Yes, Lemes won versus many high MMR Nidals, but also Nidals got much better with solving the Pala Rifle, and now we have the new build order with the Pala Rifle, so we can actually creep one camp before a Nidalv comes. I don't know if Professor Lemes is actually going to use the new build order, because he's kind of switching between the old one and the new one, depends on the map. And yes, I'm very excited for this game. I don't know Cloud as well that well, so I don't know if he was exposed into the Pala Rifle. Did he got this Pala Rifle vaccine by like playing for a long time versus this strategy? Yes, I'm excited. Can't wait.
Alrighty, I show you the bracket, guys. We have Kevin unfortunately eliminated. Would have loved to see him go further, but this is a super competitive tournament. You can't slip on a single map, otherwise you're out. Biko will be facing Knoff or Smurf Nabu in the semifinal tomorrow. But now we take a look at the other side of the bracket. Lemes versus Cloud in the same bracket as KraV and Teko. Very hard to pick any favorites, but there can only be one. Only the winner of this tournament will advance to weekend number 2. You guys... So we will have our game up soon, but of course, this wouldn't be the W3Champions finals without advertising the beauty that is W3Champions. We are celebrating the best ladder there's ever been, the best platform there's ever been for Warcraft 3. And we had plenty, let me tell you. We had, of course, the old Battle.net that had a ping of 220 for everyone, and there were a lot of hackers, and the map pool was outdated. So that's not the best platform. The new Battle.net can't really track your wins and losses 100% correctly, and it's also kind of not working for the past 2 days, so that's not the best platform. We have the KK server, but only Chinese can play there, or VIPs, like myself, or Leon or Happy, so that's not the best server. W3 Arena was amazing, but also, you know, it's been 15 years, technology has gone further, so it has to be W3Champions with their unique profiles, rankings, leagues, ladders for melee competition, that is 1-on-1, 2-on-2, 4-on-4 FFA, as well as custom game ladders for, of course, Direct Strike. Everybody loves the Direct Strike. We also have, what's it called? God damn it. It was added recently with the second mode. Survival Chaos. There you go. Survival Chaos. And all that via just a single launcher. A lot of people say the new launcher, but it is the launcher now. It's a third-party application that you run. You don't have to start Battle.net or Warcraft. It does it all for you. It's a couple of megabytes big, so even with a data plan, you can download that and install in a minute. It has a custom UI that appearance changes season per season, so it always stays fresh. And I update the map real quick. It always stays fresh. It looks and feels like the good old Battle.net that you know. And I heard there's a lot of adjustments coming to the profiles in the client. Then you can track your stats better and raise up your profile a bit and your stats a bit. So that is gonna happen soon on W3Champions.
Definitely, Warcraft Champions feels very modern, right? There is a lot of cool features, and you can watch the replays. There is a Flow TV, so you can watch live TV games. And Mr. Carson, we were saying something.
Oh, I was just gonna say to you, Saul, we always play this game every W3Champions season. We go around and we say what our favorite feature is. We got to pick one feature. So I'll start with you, Saul. What is your favorite feature of W3Champions?
Well, for me, definitely it was the Flow TV. I remember before the KK platform, you know, there was every morning, there was Fortitude playing Warcraft Champions versus Happy. And yes, I was learning the best possible Warcraft by watching the replays live. Of course, this time the Asian and Korean players are away, but it's not a big problem. We have so many cool players, so many high MMR players, and sometimes even the Asians are playing. So definitely this availability to get the replays, to get the games, to not bother somebody on Discord like, hey, what do you do in this situation? You just check yourself, or at least you form a very, very sophisticated question.
Very good. Neil, what is your favorite feature?
My favorite feature, I would love to say Flow TV as well, but that's boring. Now that
True.
Soul said it. My favorite feature is
The 4v4 chat. It's a very good feature.
not the 4v4 chat. My favorite feature is that it can count wins and losses.
Ah, very good. Count winner. Yeah, unlike Battle.net, right? Yeah, I was gonna say I do like the website itself. I feel like having a nice website with especially a lot of like statistics and graphs is nice to see. The way my brain works is I like to see all those numbers. I like to see the charts of everything. So yeah, very, very nice website as well, well designed, and you can look up players that you want to see. You can look up what what their stats are on every single individual map, on every single individual matchup. You can download the replays, like Saul was saying. You can analyze the players, not just in game but out of game. Sometimes I'm on the bus and I'm just looking on my phone. I'm like, oh, how many games this person played today? Oh, what heroes did they play? So it's nice to have that. That just like the good old. Did we used to have a Battle.net website back in the day? I'm trying to
Back in
remember
the
if we
day,
had
very,
one.
very,
Yeah,
yeah, long time ago.
good
But,
times, good times.
no,
This
was it?
Warcraft Champions feels very modern, right? We have this website, and sadly Blizzard can't use the website, which is a shame. And on BNet, you can't even check MMR on your opponent. You can check the range of his MMR because you basically check the MMR by looking at the icon that he has. Is it like, in this, like, let's say master or diamond or silver, but you don't know if it's like a high silver, low silver, a player that have like very little games, a lot of games. That's crazy. On Warcraft Champions, you see every single MMR point very clear.
Exactly. And if you want to support the platform, you can join them as a developer if you have the skills. Contact them on the Discord. This also goes for moderators, as we have humans that moderate this platform. That's very rare in today's gaming. You can also support them financially, of course. We help by covering the server cost a lot, but more is always better to support the longevity of this system. They have a Patreon, they have PayPal, and they also accept cryptocurrency. All hail W3Champions and the people that work on this on a daily basis. But now, back to Warcraft 3 esports. That is only possible because of W3Champions. Because with 5 servers that we have, that wouldn't be possible to have cross-regional tournaments. Lemes versus Cloud. The lobby has been hosted, and I am incredibly pleased to announce that this is going to be the debut of the new map Boulder Vale.
Oh yeah, I like this map. I think it's a great map. It's been a lot of fun to play on ladder. It was one of the few maps. Normally, when there's a new map, I'm always very resistant to it. I'm like, ugh, and I just automatically brush it off. But this is a map that, as soon as it was added to the ladder, I went into a custom game. I checked out all the creeps. I checked out all the items. I was like, oh, this is actually a pretty good map. I think it's particularly good for Orc, actually. Many people might disagree with me, and I am fine with that. But for this matchup, I have not seen nor played this matchup on this map.
To be honest, in the past, I was a little bit afraid of the new maps, but when you are used to the old maps, you kind of welcome the new maps with the open hands, right? It's something new. And myself, I really like to even see the new creeps, because, for example, with introduction of Hammerfall, we got an amazing Makura Snapper creep that I was able to meet and admire. So who knows, like, what exotic creeps and what exotic items may be there on the Boulder Vale. Of course, it feels a little bit weird to land the new map. For example, I haven't played yet as a Nidal on this map, so I have no idea where to put my Ancient of War, but now Mr. Cloud is just going to show me.
Exactly. We're waiting for Cloud's camera, and then we're ready to go. Lemes already showing himself, the professor. Mr. Apeman, are you in touch with Cloud for the camera? Or do you have time?
I think that you are in touch with Cloud for the camera, Mr. Neo.
Well,
and in the meantime, can you tell me something about Professor Lemes' outfit? Because I can't wait to see this video broadcast.
I mean, Professor Lemes is looking stellar as always. Oh, wait, I think it has to reload. Sitting in front of his room, look at him go. This is the study room of the professor, the influencer of Paladin Rifle. A lot of people will hate him because of it, but he's a gentleman. I had to reach out to him this morning and was asking, like, Mr. Lemes, would you be able to help me, because Wait, there's some audio running, but it should be fixed in a second. Can you help me, Mr. Lemes? I asked. Orcs are struggling. Can you tell me what to do? And he said, no problem. I wrote a guide already. I will tell you, easy peasy. And he's even helping the anti-pally rifle players.
Yes, Professor Lemes is like what we call open source in Warcraft 3. He's following the truth, he's following the strategies. There is no night elf moves here. Only Pala Rifle can patch with the Holy Light, and yes, that's what we try to follow also with the strategies.
Soul, I think you have to share a link to Cloud for the camera.
This Cloud's unveiling. I don't know if he's had if he's been on camera before on a tournament. Maybe. I mean, he he did play Dust League. I don't know if there was cameras for that season. I wasn't casting it, but I don't think so. I don't think.
Oh, it seems like we have Soul. We have Cloud on. Let's see if this is working.
Every minute longer it takes is going to be my fault. So Monka
No. It's all good. It's all good. The first time we see Cloud on the broadcast. Awesome, man. He's using his phone. Welcome to competitive Warcraft. Awesome, mate. Thank you so much. With that, ready if you are. Fantastic. That's what it's all about, guys. Getting to know the players that bring us so much joy on the ladder. And the rise of Cloud has been nothing but fantastic in the past couple of weeks and months. Lem is, of course, a big influencer. Now they clash. It's kind of sad to see one of them go. Cloud was incredibly impressive yesterday in the wildcard qualifier, and Lemes is always impressive wherever he goes. GG, have fun. Both. 3, 2, 1. Here is our second quarterfinal of the W3Champions close qualifier. It is Lemes for the Pala Rifle University versus Cloud for NA.
Yes, there is a feedback, Mr. Neo, that maybe we have audio from Mr. Cloud as well.
It is
so maybe
fixed.
Look at it's fixed. Perfect. Sorry. And who is casting? Can I cast because it's Pala Rifle, please?
Of course, you guys cast this. You have Pally Rifle versus NA. Let's go, you boys.
Welcome everybody. Mr. Carson, we have the old school Pala Rifle build order, and remember, speaking about the ancient war possession, where is this wisp going?
Oh my god. This is cool. Like Cloud showing some preparation. Generally, I think on this map, if you were to just play it your first time ever, you would probably just place it at the lab. That's a quick level 2. It's not that difficult of a creep camp. It doesn't give you the best item, but it's okay. But this is very innovative. And it is a tavern build as well for Cloud. What is the best tower? Is it just Firelord again against Pally Rifles? In your opinion, what's best here?
Well, to be honest, I struggle the most with Demon Hunter, but Mr. Toxi, who is researching both Pala Rifle and how to deal with Pala Rifle with Night Elf, he said that versus Pala Rifle you can win with absolutely any strategy. So I'm excited what it's going to be. I think Firelord, yes, indeed, works the best. But is it going to be that good? And to be honest, I'm a little bit surprised to see the Tavern Hero. I thought that Cloud will be prepared with the standard Demon Hunter, you know, like to burn all of the mana. But he's preparing something different. And yes, let's check it out. I played myself versus one guy a long time ago, like many games, the Night Elf, and he was playing one base Beastmaster. And I learned, Mr. Carson, that indeed this Stampedo ultimate of Beastmaster is pretty good versus human buildings. So,
oh, yeah. All right, so Ancient War is up. Archers being trained. We will soon see what the Tavern Hero is. We have our assumptions, of course, but who knows what Cloud has in store for Lemes. We pretty much know what he has in store, especially you will know. Lemes is not one to have to hide his strategies. He likes to be forged in steel with his strategy. He likes to be able to play something even when everybody knows what he's going to do and win more so with the strength of the strategy over, you know, anything sneaky. He doesn't want to hide strats.
Now the Tavern opens, and what is going to be? Is it Firelord? Is it Beastmaster? So far, Mr. Cloud is waiting a little bit. He can click the button. Maybe he forgot his farm a little bit. No, it's Panda. Ooh, it's a creeping hero. So with Panda, you don't really want to fight early. You need to creep your level 3 and then maybe lame a little bit.
Interesting. What do you think about this? Is it better than the Fire Lord? Is it like do you think it's an optimal hero? Does it maybe show Cloud doesn't have experience versus Pally rifles? What do you think when you see this?
It's a hero that requires you to like outmaneuver Pally rifle player a little bit. If you just going to fight, I think it's going to be problematic, right? Because the Blood Mage can get rid of the mana very, very early. So we want to keep this game a little bit longer. With Fire Lord level 1, you have Soul Burn, you can stop the mana burn and stuff like that, but with Panda, you can't really just fight directly. So I wonder, are we going to see some laming, maybe Zeppelin laming, we'll see about that. Professor Lemes is creeping very slowly, but he is doing this because he went for what we call it the Parafield University to farm tech. It means, ladies and gentlemen, that yes, we are not having that many rifles early, but our Blood Mage is going to be out quickly, and Blood Mage is, of course, this very, very important part of entire Pally rifle strategy. The Blonde Devil, as they call him.
Yeah, Pally rifle dream here for Lemes, just being able to creep up to level 3. Obviously, this is oftentimes the reality with Pally rifles against Night Elf. Both players creep up to level 3, so you're given a lot more space than you might, say for instance against Orc be given. You're not going to be stuck on level 1 for such a long time, so Lemes is going to happily be creeping, happily be teching very fast, as you mentioned. But Cloud on the other side, doing the same thing. His Panda is actually a little bit ahead in experience. Ancient Wars do be like that, though, and the next Green Camp will be level 3 for that Panda. Fine start for both players.
Who goes for level 3, Mr. Carson, when you can creep the entire Mare camp with Ancient of War? Very nice Ancient of War position movement. Myself, I always forget to uproot this Ancient of War, but not Mr. Cloud. He's even buying the Mercs. It's going to be some kind of the weird aggression. If you invest that much into mechs, you are not going to make the bears. And we know the best unit versus rifles is, of course, the Druid of the Claw, the bear, right? He can like, heal himself, he deals a lot of damage, but with this investment, Mr. Cloud needs to do something in the mid-game.
Yeah, a lot of investment. The other creep that's left over is like, I forget the name of it, but it has Curse, and it can Shadow Meld, and Boots of Speed now purchased for the Panda. And this is also, buying all 3 Mercs out not only are aggressive options for Cloud, but also creeping accelerators. So you just immediately get units so you can creep even faster, but we'll see what the play is. I would expect some aggression as well. There's an Arcane Tower. Cloud scouts to make sure there is one with the Wisp and keeps on creeping. If there was no tower, probably he goes into the base, but it is Lemes that's going to the main base of Cloud. Nice timing. 5 minutes, 20 seconds. He knows there could be potentially lures to be canceled right now.
Yes, but there is no lords. It's a little bit later than usual, probably because of the mercs and like very heavily creeping tavern opener. So I'm a little bit surprised that Mr. Cloud is allowing this, but on the other hand, if he's still making his bears later, why not? But look at this, Hunter's Hall is going to down, and actually Cloud is behind. Lemes can just TP back.
It's a tough position now for Cloud. Okay, Breath of Fire lands good. Arcane Tower focus is good. Lemes, does he just want to, like you say, go back? He wants to continue the aggression. Killing the Ancient of War is nice. So Hunter's Hall, Ancient of War, and a few Wisps, and now TP's back. Perfect for Lemes. He could not get more. He gets a double surround.
Mamma mia. There's a Shadow Melted Archer, but this Wolf was so good, like you want him in the late game, and now he's gone. And remember, this Panda needs to do some impact, because now look, Lemes is making full base wall off, and he can just will cross the map. And what Night Elf is going to do about it?
Yeah, at this point now, Cloud is going to have to make some plays for sure. He's not going to be able to just play straight up. He's not going to be able to just play his game plan and then fight and win the fight. He's going to have to outmaneuver, as you mentioned. He's going to have to play a little bit of lame for now. Opens the wall, level 4 in the Panda, and forcing Lemes back. But again, that Hunter's Hall going down, there's just no units. The Ancient War and the Hunter's Hall were killed. Literally no production for Cloud currently.
Yeah, it's very funny. So Blood Mage is taking care of the Panda. Lemes sent few rifles to attack the main base, and Paladin is in the middle, basically. So we are having fights on like 3 fronts. Paladin is keeping eye on his beloved friend, the Blood Mage. What is happening in the Night Elf base? Not that much. Naga second, I think is just to basically control a little bit of the mid game. And yes, Cloud is buying time, but you buy time when you want to accomplish something. You buy time to get bears, but we are so far away from Mr. Bears, Mr. Carson. So far away.
Yeah, double lore coming up to the south of the base. Maybe one rifleman will go down, but Lemes is just going to reconsolidate his army and then take a big fight. Breath of Fire lands, but there should be a Holy Light available in a couple of seconds. There it is. Perfect micro as always from the Professor. And Cloud, he just has nothing. He's getting owned. He has gotten owned this game by Pally Rifles, Saul.
Well, maybe that's why the just vanilla pick, the Demon Hunter, is just better, because I remember one morning I was playing versus, I was playing like a ladder, and I met Mr. Razor Moon, and he said, Saul, I will test something versus you, and he tested Panda versus me, and let me tell you, it was very painful. Of course, there was a big skill gap between us. So yes, you have to have this like skill gap, right, to position the Panda, to lame a little bit, but this is the Lemes game. This is the Lemes game. There is like Nidal is running and screaming away, and Professor Lemes is not going to stop.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Lemes is he has so much experience against every different variety of strategy, whereas Cloud, maybe this is his second, third time playing Paladin again, or playing Panda versus Pally Rifles, right? Whereas Lemes has probably played against Panda 100 times in 100 different ways. So if you're gonna play a particular strategy against Lemes, you better have practiced it a lot. And it doesn't seem like Cloud has. It seems like Cloud is just sort of, you know, trying things out right now, which might work against a less experienced player, but against Lemes, absolutely not. And now he's got a hold with no moon juice at all and very few units.
Good supply lead for Lemes. He can even bring militia right now. Yes, he's doing this as we speak. This is going to be the ultimate push, and it's looking better and better for Lemes. With every moment, the mercs are dying. Mercs are good, but the bears are just better. So definitely game number one. Not what Cloud should do in game number 2.
Mercenary being forced back, cursed a couple of riflemen, but now there's just no healing, and the Naga is very low, getting some auto attacks in, but the Panda's out of breath. Shot coming up at the back, Blood Mage trying to kill the Naga. One more auto attack might do it, does. Level 2 now, Banish unlocked if he wants it, and yeah, there's just nothing left for Cloud. This has got to be 1-0. There's absolutely no way he's holding right now.
Yes, he's still trying, but it's... Professor Lem is not going back. He will start making towers, maybe a shop. There is no bears coming. This is tier 2. This is very close to GG. GG is called game 1 for Pala Rifle University.
And Professor Lemes, of course, who has a nice smile on his face. Pew pew. Does the pistol
Pew,
gesture.
pew.
Yeah, he did this little pistol with did a pistol with his hands. Pew pew. And celebrates
Mamma
the
mia.
victory like that. I can only imagine he does this every game that he plays on the ladder. So a million pew-pews for the Pala Rifle University. And that's why player cameras are freaking amazing. That was pretty straightforward. And I blame Carson for jinxing the American player. It's
Fair.
only your fault. So
Yep.
I will take over now from you. And Soul, of course, we need your experience with the Pally Rifle. We couldn't do it without you. So 1-0 for Lemes and close to the semifinal.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Neo. I really appreciate it, and sorry for being a player, not an observer. I fixed that now. I'm still excited after Professor Lemes' game. And yes, Mr. Cloud needs to find a solution, and sometimes the most simple solution is the right one. So just Demon Hunter and pressure. We'll see about that. We know that Professor Lemes doesn't like to be mana burned. Let's see if it's going to be the case this game.
Alrighty. We saw intense focus by Mr. Lemes. I set up his camera, you know, when he was waiting in the lobby, leaning back. But once the game started, he almost went happy mode. Almost into the camera. So sorry for the viewers at home. I had to adjust here a little bit. But that seems to be over now. We should be good. Cloud is fighting for survival against the Pally Rifle. Who isn't? But Professor Lemes is making a good showing here in the first weekend. Can he repeat that again? Or will it be another 1-1 as we had in our first quarterfinal? Last Refuge will show us.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the top right of the Last Refuge, we see Mr. Cloud, who is playing versus Professor Lemes. And Cloud this time He says, no time for Panda, let's play real. And now it's going to be the real test for Professor Lemes. Game 1 happened, but the game 1 wasn't like a really standard, right? So we don't know the full force of Cloud with the standard. So I'm very excited about this game. As we saw, Lemes is in good shape, good micro, good ideas, splitting his army. Definitely he had situation under control. And yes, I think that Cloud is just going to go with Demon Hunter and cross the map. Let's see about that.
Alrighty.
Yes, Demon Hunter indeed.
Shout out to the chat, by the way, who says, it's nice to see Soul giving smaller, more amateur streamers like Back to Warcraft FaceTime. He's such a good guy.
Well, Mr. Neo, I'm going to start playing World of Warcraft soon, so enjoy this time before you can. Of course, I'm kidding, guys. I'm not going anywhere. Warcraft 3 forever.
OnlyFans 3 with Neo and Soul 8man?
Yes, I'm going to make the biggest Excel sheet with the raid roles. And yes, I'm going to make 3-hour prep talks about being brave in video games. That's my destiny.
That's what we want to see. Lovely. We have a Demon Hunter opening. That's what we were hoping for. On the Polish land, we had Toxie, of course, winning that against the nation of Pally Rifle with Night Elf eventually in the finals. So there is a way and there is a reason why Pally Rifle is not that successful versus Night Elf on the pro and semi-pro level. But of course, Lemes came prepared. He had the entire day, and when the professor has an entire day to prepare, good results will come. But the Demon Hunter also, Ring of Protection, nice start.
Players' forces are under attack.
Yes, and now the most important decision is for Mr. Cloud. He actually crept a little bit longer than I would like, you know. With Night Elf, you can just grab the item and go away. And look, it gives time for Lemes to do the altar trick. As we can see in the human race, the human base, the Orc warrior is trapped between altar trees and 2 human units. But it was kind of calculated by Cloud. He's creeping level 2 himself, so it's not that bad. I hope that he will tech soon, because yes, we need sharp tech timings versus Pally Rifle. We need those bears.
Alrighty. And yeah, I really like the creep techniques that the Pally Rifle technology university came up with. It's kind of tricky. They're always improving, unfortunately. It's the other races.
Oh, it's a very bad outcome for Mr. Lemes. As we can see, Lemes was trying to pull the camp, but he got Creepjack. And look at this, Mr. Neo Orc Magi is collaborating with the Night Elves. The item is there, big mana potion. What Night Elf is going to do with this mana potion? He's going to sell it immediately. Night Elves, they don't care about the mana. We, Pally Rifle players, we do care. We would never sell this item.
My idea is for a week now to ban Pally Rifle player from using mana items because you have Blood Mage already.
Okay, and Demon Hunter from any items besides mana items. I can take this deal.
Kevin, don't apologize in the chat, man. You put on a hell of a show. Kevin is apologizing for the shit show. But no need to apologize, Kevin. You're a gem and everybody knows it.
When I would always apologize for every bad cast that I did, for every bad prediction, it would be Soul 8man apologizing 24/7 on the stream. Don't worry, Mr. Kevin, you did amazing. I was very entertained, and he proved that he's a very good player. And the last game was super close. But in this game, Cloud is doing what he should. His army is small, but the idea is to just slow down Lemes. Lemes is on level 2, Demon Hunter is on level 2 as well, and as we can see, the mana on the Paladin is very small. And yes, now the devil is in the details. You definitely don't want to allow Pally Rifle to creep level 3 before you. Then it's quite problematic. And yes, Militia is coming, but it's Demon Hunter versus the Ward.
Yeah, so far I really like Cloud's adjustments. It's working out well. Paladin is slowed, as you said. You say the devil is in the details. I say the devil is in the altar, in a second at least. Blood Mage on the way, and then it gets a little bit trickier, as the Blood Mage will always win the mana burn war. But on the other side, Cloud is creeping with this Ancient of War. I really like the tempo.
Yes, this is a very high-level thing to do, to harass with the Demon Hunter on the other side of the map, and literally on the total opposite side of the map you creep with your just units and Ancient of War. As we can see, the Rock Golem is pretty big, but Ancient of War survives, and Cloud invested into Troll Berserker, Ancient of War dies. This is kind of problematic. We want this Ancient of War in front of our base later to like make rifles kill it basically. But yes, level 3 is on the Demon Hunter, and the question is Cloud going to find Lemes? In game number 1, Lemes was trying to sneak through the Night Elf base to cancel the lores. I don't know if Lemes going to do the same, or is he going to creep level 3? The players are very close to each other, and remember, I don't know if there is ultra vision, but I think they don't see each other.
No, there is not. Ships in the night are passing each other. Lemes a little bit lucky here to not being caught, but gets the level 3 finally with Holy Light, and other Blood Mages joining the fray as well. Cloud has eyes for the tavern, eyes for the shop, and for him it's a Naga second.
Yes, actually Lemes is pulling back because his Blood Mage is out, so he just wants to go together. Militia is coming, Mr. Neo, 6 minutes 30, and he's pushing already. That's a very, very early timing. As we can see, tier 3 is on the way for the Night Elf, but it will take a long time. And now, how long Mr. Cloud can hold this? He invested into Forest Troll Berserker. He didn't lame Lemes at all, you know, he was trying to creepjack him a little bit. So yes, now every second is important. He needs to have Druid of the Claw suit. He needs to start casting Rejuvenation. He needs to outvalue the Pala Rifle, because this is the Pala Rifle moment, and Professor Lemes is going to march across the map and push those Moonwells.
Exactly. Unlike in the Undead matchup, where there is a Dispel available, this is not the case here. So Rejuvenation will go through always fully. We invest into the Bear Adept upgrade to get that Rejuvenation, and then we have a Care Bear with great value. Also, Cloud didn't use too much Moonwells, the north of his base especially. There is hope for the anti-Pala Rifle community.
Definitely, this game is looking pretty good. Supply favors Lemes, and we are far away from the Bear Master, and Pala Rifle can just click on the Moonwells, but Cloud is experienced. Cloud knows to basically wait before the Bear Master, but the problem is it's a pretty long time. But yes, he's trying to just remove all of the mana. Shop of Professor Lemes is on the bottom, so it's actually not that close, because sometimes if you don't have mana, Night Elf can threaten a hero kill to slow you down, and then you just buy mana potion from the shop and you are fine. I like position of Cloud, and he actually went, 1 mana ban went through. The game is open and time is running out from Lemes, but definitely it's still looking quite good for him. And look, Mr. Neo, he's making a second shop. He cancelled the one on the bottom. Yes, he wants to have shop on demand. It's like an Uber of Pala Rifle. Uber Eats.
Deliveroo, exactly. There is a big potion of healing on the Demon Hunter, and he has increased armor as well on top of the reju. At some point, you gotta get out. He's waiting for the orb. He got 1. No staff just yet. Bad news for Cloud is the Moonwells are falling way too quickly, and he's still supply blocked. So 3 bears is all he can get.
Yes, but Professor Lemes, of course, is going to give him a favor, and he's going to try to reduce the supply, so Mr. maybe Cloud can produce later Kappa, but yes, definitely, when you are reduced to 1 Moonwell, that's the problem. Mr. Cloud is waiting for the Bear Master. This is his time now. He's going to charge on the Lemes, but we have shop, we have rifles, we have 2-0 upgrades. Lemes is ready. Lemes can't be more ready. Let's go.
Oh, no immolation. 1 bear doesn't have mana anymore and can't morph. 3 bears against the world. Of course, unfair technology advantage. He hunts down the bears. It looks so simple. He just clicks on the bears. Nice little micro. And the Holy Light at the right time. Bears are falling left and right. Lemes shows the full power of Heli Rifle. Also versus Night Elf for the 2nd time in a row. And it looks like he doesn't even lose units. 1,300 gold in the bank.
Well, it's looking better and better, and the problem is the Moonwells are done. With Moonwells there will be a hope to produce more bears. Cloud is trying to remake the Moonwells, but yes, Lemes is improving his situation with every second. He's pumping, he's buying the items, using the items, making the towers, and yes, he's just going to kill what is in front of him. If not the Moonwells, then the lores. And yes, he's popping the clarities. Still below 50 supply. He has a great efficiency. Naga is trying to spread the Orb of Venom. We are far away from the night. Yes, Mr. Cloud is patient, as he should be, but the early game wasn't good enough to stop the timing.
Unfortunately, I really like that idea of Naga spreading poison, but then there's a shop, and then there's a replenishment potion, or regeneration potion, and then it doesn't matter. Professor Lemes makes the PRU proud and takes a clean, convincing 2-0 victory with a smile on his face.
Due to Professor Lemes, and yes, I hope that Mr. Cloud is not frustrated, that he'll just maybe find another solutions to Polar Rifle. GG to him, and yes, GG to Professor Lemes.
It was pretty straight up. 1,600 gold in the bank at the end of the day. Cloud, like, honestly, the macro from Cloud was slipping. Like, he didn't produce bears for a long time. When he was creeping the shop, when he lost those 2 archers, he had no production in his lures for, I think, like 30 seconds. And then after the creep check in the shop, he looks back to his base. You can see him panic build 2 bears in adept training. So yeah, he would have had a little bit better of a timing, maybe 30 seconds extra, maybe even more if we go back and watch the replay and double check. It was a macro error, which made this timing look pretty much unstoppable. But yeah, I think you said it right, Saul. Cloud will come back, watch the replays, study a little bit more, and maybe he'll be ready for the professor in a couple of months.
Hope maybe for season 21. And Carson, I apologize to you. It wasn't your fault. I wasn't able to unjinx Cloud here either. But
and it's just cursed forever.
And
It's fine.
yeah, I mean, you kind of put that on yourself. Everybody knows. But Mr. Soul, do you think we have some time to interview Mr. Lemes on his great success?
Mr. Neo, you know what to do. Professor Lemes, of course, as an example for everybody, is on time in the interview waiting room. So I'm excited.
Do you want to take the interview, Mr. Soul? I mean, it's just fitting, right?
No, I can't take Professor Lemes just for myself. You know, he's the great person, and everybody deserves some time with Professor Lemes. So let's go.
So you and Carson do it while I order some stuff in the bag, and I bring you Professor Lemes.
Hello, Professor Lemes.
1 second. Yeah, sorry. I am here. Hello, man.
Hello.
Hey,
Congratulations.
congratulations. Yes, beautiful win. And Professor Lemes, maybe first technical question. Why not the new build order? Why you decided to go for the old one? Do you like the altar trick that much?
So against the Night Elf, you cannot go kinda for the new build order because after creeping the first camp, you will not have enough lumber to tag onto rifles. And against Night Elf, you really need to tag to the rifles to get to the Blood Mage, otherwise you can get stuck in your main base with Demon Hunter Naga. So with that, like, against Night Elf, it's just tier 2 is more important than this 1.6 experience on the Paladin.
Okay, and one more question from me. Like, do you think that Demon Hunter is the choice versus Palarma Rifle, or do you can see that, for example, Panda, like Cloud wanted to do on map number 1, can be also dangerous?
Panda can be dangerous, but I think hard to say. I feel like against this map, like I get this destroyed Hunter's Hall, which was like key to victory. He had nothing after it. He wasn't able to get. He was only able to get archers and mercenaries. So Panda can be good for the laming purpose, but I think if you strike faster, you can just wipe the main faster than your opponent wipe your main. So I don't think Panda is a good choice. Demon Hunter is a really good choice, but you should creep level 3 before harass. Like if you come to me with level 1 Demon Hunter, you're gonna lose a lot of HP. Also, only level 1 mana burn, which is 50 mana for 50 mana instead of 100 for 50. So your moon juice is going really rapidly low if you harass with only level 1 or level 2 Demon Hunter. With level 3, you have more stats, more agility, you will have better items. With level 2 mana burn and evasion, it's way harder to deal with. You can easily shut down Paladin on like level 2.6 because he's later into the game. So yeah, like first map, bad approach. Second map, good hero choice, but bad execution. Like not the right strategy.
Yeah, definitely. Probably Mr. Cloud didn't have that much experience versus Polar Rifle, for example. Yes, there are some more experienced Nidalf, but to finish with from my side and invite Mr. Carson to ask more questions to amazing Professor Lemes. We know that Undead and Orc, they are like two best matchups for Polar Rifle, and we know that Human Mirror is terrible for Polar Rifle. So on this scale, from terrible to good, where is the Nidalf matchup for you? I know that some Polar Rifle players hate to play versus Nidalf, but what about you? Like, do you think it's almost as playable as those two good matchups, or it's closer to the Human?
It's closer to the Undead, I would say. It's like if your opponent don't know what to do, you have advantage. It's similar to the Undead. Like if they don't know how to set up the expo, how to defend it properly, when to lame, when to defend, you get the advantage. So it's slightly below Undead. Like it's Orc, Undead, Night Elf, and then Human is like on the other side, like completely shut down with defend footies and expo.
Thank you, Professor Lemes. Good luck tomorrow. And Mr. Carson, any more questions?
Yeah, I'm wondering, have you played Cloud before? Because he did look a little bit like he was just sort of testing stuff out. Maybe he hasn't experienced Pally Rifle, especially at your level before. Have you played Cloud much? Has he beaten you before?
Yeah, like when I saw the bracket for this tournament, I was like, who the hell is this guy?
Yeah.
Like this is the first time I see this nicknames. It's like, but yeah, like he is higher MMR than me, so he know how to play.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe hasn't played you enough yet, though. Who do you think is sort of the strongest Night Elf player? Who, like, when you face on the ladder and you're like, oh no, not this guy? Like, if we had to go watch some replays for a Night Elf player on W3Champions, other than obviously all like the Life and the Kaho and players like that, who do you think really has it figured out? Who's your biggest challenger for Night Elf players?
I think Razormoon is pretty good against Pally Rifle.
Mhm.
With his Demon Hunter level 3 creeping, it comes from him. Like it's really strong, I would say. Also, like Pato and Dice were like really good at countering it.
Right, yeah, just people that need a lot of repetition versus it. And I guess final question from me, which you've probably been asked a lot already. What do you think of the PTR changes to Pally Rifle? Is 4 seconds on Banish too much? Or do you think it's fair, warranted, or Pally Rifle is being unfairly treated?
I think it's kind of unfairly treated just because the people still didn't figure out how is the best possible way to play
True.
against it.
Yeah.
And we just get nerfed, so we might just get stuck if we get nerfed too hard. Level 4 banish from 0 second to 4, it's kinda big. I was thinking about like 3 to 1, something like that. Also, I would like to get like, if this is like level like 4 second cooldown, maybe we should make it so it doesn't like slow our units if we banish them to save them.
Mhm.
So maybe if you nerf some powerful stuff, I would like to get something not that powerful, but still get something.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, well, hopefully they're going to do some more changes. They did a change yesterday as well, so hopefully there'll be a couple more. Well, congratulations, Lemes. As always, man, you completely destroyed him. So congrats, and we'll see you versus either KraV or Techo tomorrow.
Thanks, man. See ya.
GG's.
Well done, everybody. Well done. Well done, Lemes. Well done, Apeman. Well done, Carson. This was a good little chat. I enjoy spending more time with the community here of W3Champions, and of course, I enjoy spending my time on W3Champions as well. As we're getting ready for KraV versus Techo, we of course have to advertise the W3Champions platform a little bit as well for a couple of people who don't know why they should play on W3Champions. It has the best matchmaking, and if you think, well, I could also play on Battle.net, right? W3Champions is called W3Champions because it is for the champions. Hell nah! W3Champions is for everyone. And if you looked at the Grubby's OnlyFans Invitational, when new players joined the platform in masses, this only got better. While on Battle.net, you can face the top of the ladder or the bottom of the ladder in 2 different games back to back. On W3Champions, yes, it takes some time to get used to it and to find your skill level, maybe 10 games, maybe 15, an hour or 2. But afterwards, you will only find people of your skill level, and then you can grind, and then you can climb with the state-of-the-art matchmaking that we got in the scene. That goes for every single game mode, 1-on-1, 2-on-2, 3-on-3, 4-on-4, FFA, and all the custom modes as well. lots of people are playing, so you find games quickly, especially now with all the new players coming in, and especially on the lower ends on the ladder. And if you're living in a more rural area, or in an area where usually servers are not that present, like South America first and foremost, we got 30 servers all over the world, and so it's not unfair conditions as on other servers where we have only 5, and then it gets hosted in Europe, but you're in South Africa and then the ping is bad, or you face a player in America and the server is US West, but you have a 200 ping. It's all fair, it's all evened out thanks to the Flow hosting, and even if your connection isn't that great, we have a reconnect feature, which I think is a disconnect protection feature to be more precise. So if your Wi-Fi is giving up on you for 2 seconds, we can still save you, so a lot better infrastructure for all different skill levels.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, plenty of features, plenty of opportunities for players of all skill levels. We want to see you guys grind. We want to see you for season 22 W3 Champions finals. We want to see some new names like we do every single time. There's never been more opportunity for players to rise up the ranks than there is now. So download it, grind it out.
And yes, before we finish this segment, I would like to say a big thank you to Mr. Cloud for agreeing to play, to sharing the camera, to cooperating, and definitely, it's a single elimination, so we are not going to see him back now, but definitely from my part, Mr. Cloud, if you are watching this, thank you for being so nice. And yesterday he won versus Neutron. Nobody saw this coming.
Yeah.
But Mr. Cloud provided so many games later versus Agent. So Mr. Cloud, it was a pleasure. And yes, GG's, good luck.
Yes, exactly. He was my hero yesterday, and he's already my discovery of this tournament. I will surely follow his games via Flow TV when I see them, because the hero combos were wild. So all the best, Cloud. It was lovely to see you, and the chat was very happy to see you as well. Alrighty, KraV seems to be ready as far as I can see. Do we know if Techo is ready as well?
I'm sending DM right now, and I think he's here already. And Mr. Neo, do you see the player cameras?
I am in the process of checking them. I do see KraV looking boss as always. He was in such a jolly mood yesterday. Oh, the Lich King is back. The boss is back. It's so cool, man. He made such an impact during the DreamHack seasons when we had these player cameras and interviews already. Just a jolly fella, and it's wonderful to have him back on camera and calls.
Yeah, definitely. And we've had a lot of this matchup so far, I feel like, recently. It's always been undead versus human that feels like the most talked about matchup these days. And these two players certainly have played each other a bunch. Techo, one of the rising stars, especially in the German scene currently. KraV, an old school name, an old school macro player. He didn't face as much adversity as we thought he might yesterday. But Techo, is he the challenger? He's the last German, he's the last hope for your region to make it out of this.
Well, we are thankfully represented by Leon in the main event already, so we're kind of safe. Leon, of course, our best representative, our German Meister, even though he was a bit dethroned by Francis recently in the Dach Inferno. But yeah, would be nice to see Techo being rewarded for his grind. Because very, very few people grinded more than Techo, and it such a stellar rise. It's fine for now.
Yes, I met Mr. Techo myself in the Mr. Neo organized offline event in Dortmund 2 times, and let me tell you, the nicest guys ever. Very good work ethic. He plays a lot of games, and he's smart with his gameplay. And also he got chose by Grabby as a sparring partner for Mr. Hardstrom, and then he's basically too good.
True.
And Mr. Grabby had to play versus him. And then few weeks later, few weeks ago, I checked Mr. Grabby YouTube channel, and there was a thumbnail with the text, "I can't believe I thought Hardstrom can win versus this guy," because it was a very close game of Mr. Grabby versus Techo again. Definitely he's good, very good versus Orcs, but can he challenge Mighty KraV?
Yeah, that shows how far that Teko's come. Like, when was Hearthstone playing? Was it just a year ago? Maybe a little bit longer than
Yeah,
that,
4
but it
months,
really,
4 months, 3 months, something like that.
yeah, so it hasn't been that long at all, and Teko's come so far as a player. And I've seen him even get some coaching from Starbuck on stream before, so he's learning from the best, not just in the sort of European scene, but the best in the world. He's learning from right now, so he should know. He should know what's up. He should know what's up. So I have high hopes for Teko, but a difficult challenger in KraV, absolutely.
Yeah, I think we know the problem is, so Mr. Teko's situation will be solved soon.
Nice. Yes, yes, yes. We sent him the wrong link, so it's not even Teko's fault. It's kind of my fault. We send every player the links to view the cameras and not to push the cameras. So this is nice. All good, all good. Even better then that we see both of the players, because let's be honest, both players are incredibly freaking handsome. And
That's true. That's very true. And as a gamer, I can say this, Kappa, because yes, I'm not distracted by this in real life. I tell you the truth. And they have amazing gameplay as well. The first map, Tide Hunters, also excites me. Plenty of Makruras. And yes, the game is about to start. Mr. Neo is finishing the setup. Mr. Teko is saying some nice words to motivate us to cast better and Mr. KraV to play better. Good luck, have fun, and I think we are very close to start the game.
Okay, KraV is ready, the winner of the wildcard qualifier yesterday, waiting for Teko to give us the go. Good luck, have fun, wonderful. GG, have fun both. 3, 2, 1. Off we go! Human versus Undead is a matchup that I definitely want to cast, and since I sidelined you so hard, Carson, would you join me on this ride?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Yes, thank you guys, have fun, and yes, I'm still going to celebrate the Lemes win. Good luck, both.
Oh, what a wonderful, wonderful person Soul is, and what a wonderful people these two guys are. We got KraV, who is the favorite as the winner of yesterday, as the highest elo, as the highest MMR player. But Teko, let's see. A lot of people underestimated him. Nobody shall underestimate him. Here's game 1.
Winner of this will, of course, be playing Lemes, so maybe KraV is going to have to do some preparation if he's able to make out of this match. Teko is going to be maybe a little bit happy that he's able to play Human Beer and not have to play against Pally Rifles. But first, the true test for both players are on the map right now. In the upper left, we have KraV. In the bottom right, we have Teko. We'll see what the hero choices are. Would expect an Archmage versus Criplord. Would expect 2-base, but things can get a little crazy in Undead versus Human.
Especially when one of the players is called KraV. Let me tell you that. First of all, while we're in the early game, thank you, Darkwing Duck, for the 93 month, which is an insane streak of subbing. No cancel, please, for the 31 month. Centro for 27. The Real Hansen for 1 full year. Pillay for the 4 month. And hopefully you guys find the sub button, especially when you have a Prime lying around. We gladly take it. So, were your predictions correct? Are you Carson prediction man? It is an Archmage. It is a Crypt Lord. So far, so good.
Yeah, not the craziest thing in today's meta, of course. Crypt Lord is becoming more and more standard, and if you're not going to play Pally Rifles, you're oftentimes going to play the Archmage first, so no big surprises. Teko, a much more standard player than maybe playing the, maybe even Pally Rifles could be considered standard these days, but a much more old-school standard way of thinking for Teko. Acolyte going to see that Archmage, Footman going to go scout the Crypt Lord, and we'll see how quickly and if Teko is going to expand.
Right on. Thank you, Grinning Demon and Jet Manfred for the subs. Wonderful, wonderful. Teko's getting celebrated here by the community a little bit. Love to see it. He deserves it. He's part of our Dach Inferno, and we're on Playday 3, and so far, every single one of his opponents pulled the wild card. For various reasons, but IMO, they're just scared of him.
True. Why wouldn't you be? He's one of the highest growing MMR players in the scene currently. Just like Leon before him. You know, he grinded it out. You know, German human players, they just got that. And they got that, they're built different.
That's right. They have some similarities. They're both dancers in real life as well. Both handsome, both playing human. They're basically the same person.
True. with similar playstyles as well, as we see the Archmage and we see the expansion from Teko. For KraV, waiting to see those couple of ghouls pulled from the main base. A very, very common play with the Crypt Lord these days is to creep your expansion, defend the expansion, but then split some ghouls off. So I'm keeping an eye on those few ghouls that are mining currently in the main base. They won't be mining forever. They will be trying to harass the expansion, but just a tower for Teko for now.
Alright, creeping at the same time as the Murloc Flesh Eater must be deleted from the map. Clear way to level 3 is on, and then high pressure with Water Elementals towards KraV, who once again plays very passive. Wonder if Teko is going to the left-hand side to the main, because that seems like to be his direction, and that is pretty much undefended, except the 4 ghouls that are moving out now.
Teko about to get level 3. One more creep from the militia. He'll get there. Finds the ghouls, as you mentioned, so that is nice. There's a Nerubian at both bases now. No gold mine being built just yet for KraV, but maybe he can now that he knows the positioning of the Archmage. Ghouls from the expansion being split over, but still, just a tower and 2 peasants committed. Teko not leaving all of his peasants like we might have back in 2015. No, we've learned better these days.
That's right. A little bit more defense, a little bit more precaution. We have Arcane Tower up, as you say. Archmage makes the way to KraV, and we both do damage to the economy of the other player, which is pretty much exactly how this matchup plays out in this setup. Shouldn't be a chance to kill the Nerubian Tower. That would be outrageous. More militia are coming out as well to deal with the ghouls. Who does more damage?
Yeah, so far just delay. Not a ton of kills, but delay, and at the end of the day, both players, I think, are going to be fine with this. KraV, a little under-leveled, of course, so he would love to not just get that expansion up, but maybe get another creep camp eventually to get close to level 3. Teko saves some footmen nicely, and now the Archmage meets up with the peasants. Finally, we will see a town hall being built and the gold mine. And maybe KraV is safe enough to finally go across the map. He's split a little bit thinly right now. Teko trying to get in there to get the gold mine, but he goes in with the low footman. Maybe a staff of teleportation play, potentially.
Well, that would be nice. He has a tele staff, but he's busy at home as the ghouls try to ravage his workers. Very cool play by KraV before he sent the footman in. The water elemental was on the way, but he had his forces at the ready, instanced the round, doesn't need a second attempt, and with that, no damage towards the haunted. One footy trying to get away. Run for your life, Carl. But he turns around. Here's the tele staff play you mentioned.
Staffing defensively for now. Crypt Lord also staffing back. Both players got that, and there is an Impale ready. Water Elemental manages to make its way in. This could maybe be a close cancel, but KraV is trying to force the TP before the gold mine gets canceled. Teko needs to buy as much time as he can. Eventually, he will have to town portal out against the trees. He gets surrounded, but the gold mine. How long can Teko stay here before the gold mine can it get canceled? He moves the water elemental to the left. He is almost out of range, but KraV blocks the water elemental so it can't move left, so it can't get out of range for the TP, so it doesn't cancel the gold mine. Nicely played.
Man, this was such a small move, you know, one reposition of one unit, but with such a big impact. He can get the Haunted Gold Mine up. That is up, actually. Mining starts, and tech shall follow shortly. KraV really on top of his game, similar to yesterday, and Teko has to come up with a play.
6 mining at the expansion. Teko will finish. We'll fix that in a second. Healing up for the shop that was on time. Love it when human players don't forget to build their shop. I feel like they're doing that less and less. That is a lot of units for KraV. What, 3, 6, 9, 11 ghouls and full beetles and skeletons? What the hell are you supposed to do? One water elemental isn't going to be enough here for Teko.
Oh no, this Arcane Tower also needs to switch the focus. The ghoul is getting all the attention when it should be at the beetles. Archmage is getting the impale once again. Surround, close. The staff might be too late. It's finished now. Teko trying to get out of the fangs of the Crypt Lord, but instantly punished. And now you got a problem with the ghoul and beetle infestation.
A lot of units and a lot of impales, and now he's trying to defend with just an Arcane Tower. The one water elemental that was summoned before the Archmage died goes down. Level 3 on the Crypt Lord for now. Maybe bigger beetles if that's what KraV wants to go for, but he goes for Impale as it seems on level 2. A lot of units getting low. Ghouls being microed out, and behind this KraV, of course, is mining on his own expansion, so he's not all in. Archmage back from the tavern. Teko might be able to defend, but at what cost?
boy, this is a rough debut for Tekko in this competition. KraV has been with us, of course, for a couple of years already. Shows his expertise, shows his routine, but Tekko is not giving this up without a fight. Arcane, mass repair. More and more workers are falling. Oh boy, the Beetle Boy close to level 4.
Oh, so many kills. And yes, ghouls are dying as well, but I don't think he quite mind. He got a full level up and then some from this harass. Absolutely incredible. Okay, the storm is being weathered maybe slightly. Staff is off cooldown for the Crippler to get out, but KraV wants more. He's going to kill as much as he can before he goes home. Tekko just desperately trying to stabilize. He is on tier 2 now, but he can just barely afford a second hero.
Almost the Crippler surrounded, but then there's the next problem that he has like with 900 HP, and it takes forever to deal with them with new summons, as there is no Arcane Tower no more. Slowly and over time, he will get this Beetle out of his base, but until then, tier 2 is done, production buildings are coming up, and in the main base, there's also ghouls getting more and more kills. Medal of Honor for this ghoul right here. Ooh, Tekko is in trouble, but Mountain King on the horizon.
Tough situation. Archmage at least gets level 4 as well, but Criplord halfway to level 5. Oh my god, he was like 2.5 when he came in with those like 11, 12 ghouls. And now he's over 4.5. That is a lot of experience. And Criplord, of course, on level 5 is extremely strong in this matchup. It makes Knights not as impactful as maybe they would be against just a Death Knight first or something like that. More ghouls pulled off the 2 crypts that are used to produce tons and tons of these ground units right here, and he goes across the map again. Is Tekko prepared for the next wave? I don't think he is.
Can you be? I don't know how. We need a Staff of Flame Strike or something to be able to help with that. 10 ghouls marching across. No new fortification in terms of guard towers or wall offs. Is there anything coming? No tier 3 started. No second production building. Tekko is lumber starved big time. He went to the lab for the shredder. Sends the shredder back, maybe in the control group. Oh boy, he's not ready for this.
Zeppelin to try to get there a little bit quicker. Water elementals are great against ghouls, but are they great against this many ghouls? Death Knight comes in. There's also a heal scroll for KraV, mana pot, health potion, tons of consumables available for the undead side of things. Drop out of the Zeppelin, impale lands, at least can't hit the shredder for now. But all these ghouls are eventually going to kill the Town Hall. Tekko needs to make a big play. Maybe a stun of the Death Knight, but he just barely doesn't have enough units.
The Crypt Lord, since he joined us in Frozen Throne, is saying my might cannot be matched, and it couldn't be truer here. He's just clicking on the Town Hall, and the success rate is pretty damn high, I'd say. Footmen are all suffering. The Shredder is making some goulash, but the second phase is done, and all the Footmen are getting slaughtered.
Yeah, a lot of kills for Tekko, but unfortunately the Town Hall is donezo. Tekko has 1,200 gold. He could rebuild the Town Hall if he pulls the peasants from the main, but what is KraV going to have with his third wave of attacks is the question. You might defend for now, but KraV is tier 3. He's got statues on the way. He's got even more ghouls at home, 7 at home, and Frenzy will soon be upgraded for these bad boys as well.
Our German caster colleague says, this is now a down hall. And people say Germans have no humor.
I don't think I've ever said that.
You know,
Definitely
but it's
not.
like, it's the cliche. It's the cliche. Probably thought about that in one
No, I've never heard that before.
Canadians always so honest. I love it. I love it. But KraV is making a good case why he came into this as the favorite and the top seed. Archmage level 4.6, never to be underestimated, but KraV is also getting the shop control with Impale and Nova. Tekko would love to have some heal scrolls, but it's not allowed. And usually the real strength of human comes into play with tier 3, but due to all the lumber and all the workers that were killed, he still didn't start the attack and is still on one base.
Very, very tough position for Tekko. Beatles continue to harass the expansion. He's got nothing to defend the rebuilt Expo. And the Zeppelin is trying to desperately do some damage on the side of KraV. But, I mean, at this point, I feel like KraV could even just lose the gold mine if it was an absolute disaster and still push with tier 3 and be absolutely fine. Frenzy and a couple of Gargs to deal with the Zeppelin as well coming out. Tekko finally has a rifleman, but he's soon gonna have to hold a third wave of KraV.
Yep, it's moving out now, and this time we got Frenzy and 2 attack upgrades. That ain't too easy to hold at all. Wonder if there's shenanigans coming, like any Necros, or if he just wants to push for the knockout. Lich up, Cryptlord 5, DK 2.2, but 2 mana potions as well, because he is so rich. Ghouls arrived, still no tower. Good luck, Teko.
Impale and Coil Nova available. Push from vulnerability and Town Portal swapped over. There is a priest to heal up the Mountain King a little bit, but it just dies immediately. Coil saves the ghouls. There is so much undead here. 34 versus 57 supply. Archmage is about to be TP'd out, but GG will be called. The nuke is too strong, and KraV gets the 1-0.
Punished from start to finish. KraV is just the boss, man. He is.
That was definitely amazing game, and yes, very strong pressure from Mr. KraV. I was surprised that it went that well for him. So let's see if Teko will have any adjustments. But yes, definitely Mr. KraV is looking very, very strong, and high seed for him was definitely basically right.
Thank you, thank you. I'm pleased to hear that my seeding was correct this time. I do have some issues again going to my Discord. Can somebody tell me the map?
On it. Scrolling.
Good.
Teko's loser map is Concealed Hill.
Concealed Hill. That makes expanding a bit rougher. Alrighty. Not too easy. Not too easy at all to expand here. KraV says it's SG.
I am wrong. Wait. Oh, yeah, it was backwards. KraV's is Concealed Hill. Teko's is SG. MB.
When the intern is doing a better job than the real employee. Unbelievable.
Hey!
Well, I'm doing nothing now, so thank you for this compliment. But yes, Shallow Grave is pretty cool map. You can go for the Mercs first, so it's a little bit like Last Refuge, but the Merc camp is on the other side than expansion. So definitely, I wonder, are we going to see some Mercs? And actually, a little bit Soul Ape Man trivia. The first game ever I casted on Back to Warcraft Live was Fortitude versus Labyrinth on Shallow Grave, and we saw MK first. Definitely Mr. Teko is an Archmage guy, but yes, if you want to play MK first versus Undead, that's the map.
Alright, we got a new sub in. Thank you, Schollinger, for the 46. Love to see it, mate. Such a long time, closing in on the 4 years. What is your advice, Soul, for your fellow human? I know it's a different kind of human, but how should he approach this game now against KraV?
Well, if I could advise him something like really deep, then I would be better than him. And sadly, I'm worse than him, so I can't advise him really what to change with the micro and macro department. But I can just advise him, don't give up, Mr. Teko. It's all about having fun. Of course, there is competition. And yes, he has a lot of experience, so definitely that's my advice. There was a famous Polish football coach who was famous for saying, not maybe very deep analysis, but he was saying always, go try something.
Good.
So go try, Mr. Teko.
It also sounds a little bit like John Cena, who was also very successful, of course, never give up. Or like Galaxy Quest, never surrender. There's a lot of good media that go in the same vein as Soul Ape Man. What are you laughing about, Carsten?
Oh, nothing. Do we have, by the way, this is a total aside. Buttcrumbs sends a Kappa, and it's a golden Kappa.
Ooh! Do we have
Buttcrumbs
the golden Kappa here? How did he get the golden Kappa?
I don't know. Can you? I thought there was only the rumors always were it was just one Twitch user per day got golden Kappa. But is there some secret that we don't know? Because I don't have it. I tested it.
Gold crumbs.
I cheated, he said. I don't know how that works.
When I click on the golden kappa, I get the normal one, and when I mouse over, it says unknown. So I don't know what is happening there. Test your kappa, guys. Maybe you have the golden kappa as well.
Golden Kappa check in chat.
Well,
just butt crumbs.
You check the kappas, and our casters are checking who's casting now.
Is it? What's the rotation? Is it you and Saul, Neo?
I don't know. I think we messed up the rotation like 2 maps in.
It was my fault. I took the Pala Rifle games by force. I allow it. So yes, as a punishment, of course I would love to cast this amazing game, and it's up to you who is going to accompany me. And yes, Undead is opening with the Ghouls, Human is opening with the Archmage Footman. Most likely Altar is on the right. It means it's not going to be the Mercamp creep, maybe straight up expansion.
And now we're in this weird situation where we both want to cast, but we don't know whose turn it is.
Muting.
Alrighty! Co-casting with Soul is a wonderful way to spend my evening. Shallow Grave, I love this map. I love this map, especially in this very matchup. This is the map where X-Lord lost his first match in ESL Meisterschaft to Leon. We've also seen wars between Todd and Van. This match is not getting much love in official tournaments, but whenever I have the chance to include it into a tournament, I do. And hopefully, it's exactly such a banger now.
Yes, the hero choice for Mr. KraV is going to be interesting, but we are expecting Criplord as usual. The Ziggurat is finishing, and it's Lich. This time, maybe KraV wants to enjoy this Lich, while the cast range on the Nova, it's still long. It's still 800 in the new PTR. Nova casting range was a little bit nerfed, and to be honest, with Undead it's like the fashion, you know, sometimes the yellow clothes are popular, some other time the black clothes. But yes, Happy was experimenting with both Criplord and Lich for a long time, and I think that he's playing Criplord now only because of the Pala Rifle. So in the perfect world versus Archmage, those high MMR Undeads, they love Lich. Why? Because of the peasant harassment. When peasants are power building, they are close together. When they are in the gold mine, they are close together. So definitely Nova can make their life harder.
Yeah, the Lich is only out of fashion because of Pally Rifle. I think you're 100% correct. Otherwise, high tempo, high damage. And when KraV made his impact in the scene in 2021, he said, I am the Lich King, I'm here to conquer, and he brings the Lich King back. Lovely to see. But as with the Crypt Lord, the strategy here is also expand, not tier 1 pressure. Even though 120 and Happy are playing Lich 1 base sometime, that is not KraV style. As many gold mines as possible, as fast as possible.
Yes, and actually KraV sold his altar here and summoned the altar, which is great. Yesterday he wasn't doing it, so who knows, maybe he rewatched the VOD and he was listening to this ape complaining about this. Yes, the modern undeads, they love to sell the altar to get the faster haunted gold mine. And yes, one more comment about the Lich. Lich is very fragile, so you need to have a very good micro. Definitely because you are a beginner undead and you... Okay, the item is on the ground, but Mr. KraV did not forget the ring +5. By the way, ring +5 is terrible, but yes. Lich is harder to play, but in the hands of KraV, every strategy will work.
That's true. We've seen him with Dreadlord as well, so yeah, no stranger to experiments. Teko on the other side, Talisman of Evasion against the Lich, also not too bad, but of course it's all about the Nova. So we'll see. Missing out on level 3 just yet. Waits for the Militia to finish it, and here we go. This is what he wanted on Tide Hunters as well, but KraV is so ready for the defense.
Yes, and as we can see, there is a lot of mind games in this game. Nobody is expanding, which is very fun, and nobody is taking either, so this is like a waiting game, the game of chicken, who is going to expand first. And again, this time KraV is not hugging his Ziggurat, but yesterday in the interview after the game, we asked him why he likes to be around this Ziggurat for that log, and he says this is a signal for his opponent. Bro, you are not going to cancel my expansion, I'm here.
He is the Maginot line, hopefully a little bit more successful than that. Boom, first footy down. Teko trying to deny, 1 inch too late. The damage of the Lich instantly noticeable. And we have more mana for more Nova.
This Teko is trying to start his expansion as well, but 4 ghouls for KraV are already there. Arcane Tower is not that great versus ghouls, but again, As mentioned, Leech is getting lower and lower. This is a hard hero to operate, but Teko is not chasing the Leech, but now Teko can go into the expansion range, and yes, he's pulling more and more militia. Mr. Neo, this start is looking much better for Mr. Teko, for the human player.
I agree. With the 3 water elementals, very, very good. Halfway to having another. Now, militia usage is extensive, so lumber might be low, but he's chasing the ghouls away. That's exactly what you want. Another kill here. Just KraV is everywhere. Always a ghoul, always a skeleton, always needs to kills, but way more important is this haunted gold mine, and Teko gets that.
Yes, the game is still open. There is no clear favorite, but yes, I like Teko position. He has situation under control, and yet again, the Leech is in low HP, and Teko is not going anywhere.
Alrighty. Indeed, a way better game. Teko finds his rhythm. KraV can be, like, shouldn't be too concerned, I guess. Yeah, 1 cancel is annoying. It's not the end of the world. He will not be deterred. But Teko building now. KraV checks it out. Like, oh, okay. Slowly, I do have to worry about the situation.
Yes, and he's not taking, so he will commit into this expansion. The game is of course still open. We can see so many good moves, but yes, Teko has situation under control. He's even making his shop. He's pulling 2 militia blindly, so he's ready for everything. And yes, the real question is, can KraV stop the Archmage from cancelling the expansion? There are some tricks that humans have. We can buy Staff of Teleportation, or we can just send the Water Elemental in, but no, the Footman got surrounded, Water Elemental expired, and now level 3 is on the Leech, and no more aggression from Teko, at least for now, but his base looks okay. But he needs more towers, I'm afraid, because the ghouls are going there. But look at the Archmage position, Mr. Neo. He's a ninja Archmage. It's looking terrible for the French undead.
Very well done. As so often, if you cancel the haunted gold mine once, you do get more opportunities down the road, as of course you have to start from scratch every single time. And water elementals are very powerful, even when they are attacked by a Narrow Tower. Needs to use a Nova here, but I don't think it's enough as the Archmage joins in. No block, no more slow. Now on the other side, there is a lot of ghouls.
Teko is teleporting immediately, not because his Archmage is about to die, but his expansion is about to die. So yes, look how many militia Teko is pulling. He understands that this is the moment. He is so far ahead. He's taking already, but yes, he needs to somehow deal with those ghouls. Leech is slowly crossing the map as well. And yes, the big fight is brewing. Archmage is half HP. We have the healing items, but they require, peace. You can't use them during the fight because they can be cancelled easily. More militia is coming. Teko is not getting any lumber, but he is using his militia to fight, which is a great decision. He can later pull them back to the expansion, so it's not a problem. The question is how efficiently he can trade.
Alrighty, no attacks on the left-hand side anymore. It's all about the Town Hall, Lich, and Ghouls, while the Archmage is chased by Ghouls. But this looks way more defendable, even though this is the critical level for the Lich. Level 1 and 2 and 3 are all very good, but on level 4, we unleash the full potential with level 2 Dark Ritual, means endless mana.
Yeah, beautiful Leech usage, but ghouls are getting lower and lower. Look at the body blocks, Oh my god, is this Leech dead?
No boots,
oh, no.
no stab.
No boots.
But he lets go.
70 HP. Yeah, but 2 more body blocks and he would be dead. So very nice micro by both, and aggression is over. And what is funny this time, it's the ball is in the human corner. Usually what we see on high level, human will creep the lab, both to maybe buy Shredder and Zeppelin, and then Lame. High MMR undeads, they usually can kinda anticipate this, but look at KraV, he's busy doing something else. He needs to start healing his Leech. He can't fight really, he needs to actually produce some corpses to even summon skeletons and start healing the Leech. And look at this, Teko is close to the lab, he's getting the Shredder, and the question is he going to Zeppelin drop? I saw Zeppelin in game number 1, right?
Exactly. That was when he was far behind. This time, Teko, you could consider him even a little bit ahead, and it's so cool to see him fighting. He doesn't have that much tournament experience, even though he's been to a couple of LANs in Germany, in Cologne and in Dortmund. But on the big stage, we haven't seen Teko too much, so it's easy to be nervous. And after that game 1, it's easy to become even more nervous on the big stage. But no, Teko fighting and is showing what he's capable of also on ladder.
Yeah, it's interesting that he's actually playing defensively. As you can see, he used the Zeppelin, but just to move to the shop. Lich is in the middle of the map. I think Mr. Teko is just going to pull back. As we can see, Undead is in the middle, or maybe not. Maybe Mr. Teko is actually playing the game of chicken himself. And he's flying into the Undead expansion direction. But KraV can attack back. There is no guard towers yet. There is no full wall off. Interesting choice by Teko, and he's going to drop soon.
Okay.
And he summoned the Water Elemental on the way to remove the cooldown from the second one. But look at KraV! He doesn't care. And there is a Shredder. Shredder is so fragile.
Okay, yeah, you don't want to lose that here. No tower up except the Arcane. The workers will suffer big time. Oh, Teko, careful, mate. How much damage is Teko able to do? All the acolytes off the grid, so this is already lots of damage done. And the famous game of chicken, but KraV can't even respond. He doesn't have a town portal.
Yeah, maybe the idea is that Teko wants to kill the Haunted Goldmine and then teleport. Militia is helping a lot, and yes, what Human is doing is buying time, basically, to kill the Haunted Goldmine. Of course, it takes some time, but we have 3 Water Elemental. It's not that bad. Level 5, actually, for Mr. Teko. Huge Water Elemental.
And huge support from the community. 10 gifted subs by Yong Dong. Amazing. Thank you, mate. This is definitely more income than KraV will have after this Haunted Goldmine is down. Thank you. Now, defending this with level 3 Waterman, they should be fine. The Mountain King comes in.
Oh, the Zeppelin, counter Zeppelin. Oh my god, it was so close. And yes, the ghouls are slowly going to die. And yes, let's count the bases. Human on 2, Undead on 1. KraV is not giving up. He's still re-expanding, but yes, this is a big problem for him. And Teko is doing very well in game number 2.
And make a note, the intern can count very well. This will take a long time for KraV to catch up. He also needs the tier 3. I was a little worried. Teko forgot his blacksmith, so bit of luck for KraV that he won't face knights and gyros immediately. There is a little bit of time left.
Yeah, but look at Teko gold, right? It's not that he has 2,000 gold that can spend it, but look at KraV. KraV is trying to come back to this game. Amazing drop in the human base. Teko, I think, is teleporting away, and KraV is just going to fly away. Bye-bye.
Oh, one rule.
How do you say bye-bye in French?
I think it's au revoir.
Au revoir. Human base. I'm coming back with Ghoul Frenzy.
All right, that will take some time. He couldn't even get to tier 3 for a long time. At least the DK is here. Ghoul, of course, still hungry. Gets one more kill. Slowly but steady. Teko broke after queuing the workshop. This really doesn't look like 2 base income. He's only at 36 supply. He only has 2 heroes. Has arrived on tier 3, of course. And now finally some counter aggression again.
Yes, there's a perfect macro game, you know, that they spend every point of gold they have, the lumber as well. KraV has a lot of lumber without the shredder because he was keeping his ghouls at home. His expansion is operational again. He's going for tier 3. And yes, the game is very open, the game is very close. Teko is adding the workshop. He's going to play Knight Gyros, and the question is KraV going to try to feed his beloved Necrovagons? We'll see about that. So far, I don't see any Temple of the Damned. He definitely can't afford them yet.
Yeah, last game it was only quote-unquote destroyers, and maybe he doesn't have the resources for it. Lots of hurt ghouls can't be used aggressively either. They need to heal first. And what's Teko building? Finally the Pally, finally the Knights. He's building a strong army and more Zeppelin action.
They're going to meet now. To be honest, with MK, I think Human has a little bit of an upper hand. And yes, there's a supper. He bought the supper for nothing. He wanted to supper maybe farms or something like that, but no. Mr. KraV was in position, and now this supper is a liability. But what about the Death Knight? healing use, beautiful Nova of all of those summons. But yes, I like fight for the human, I like fight for the undead. It's not game ending. Club connects beautifully, and supply for KraV is dropping.
This game looks like Techo is able to make an impact here. Mountain King close to level 3, the spells are powerful, the mana is plentiful, and the healing has arrived as well via the Paladin. Now we need some Knights. The Book of the Dead also really cool as Destroyer upgrade has started now. There wasn't much longevity.
The Supper is moving. That's for me the most important part. Is he going to make it worth it? Let's see about that. KraV is pulling back. Mr. Neo. This is a brave Supper, but what he can do, he can be of course slowed down by the towers. Are we going to connect? And not that bad. One Supper for one Nerubian. I will take it, but it's not perfect either.
Alright, with that, no slow in that fight outside of Nova. It's only ghouls and it's 2 level 3 water elementals. Truly powerful, but not addressed yet. Paladin takes the beating because he can't heal himself. Now that there's focus fire, ghouls are vanishing. Supported a little bit by these obsidian statues, and the Lich has finally gotten his orb as well. And Techo realizes, maybe I'm not strong enough just yet.
Interesting choice by KraV to go for Criplord as the first hero, usually happy with by the Dark Ranger here for both Dark Arrow and Silence. And Human is actually adding one Gryphon Aviary, so it's not going to be straight up Knight, so they're going for a very late game unit composition. MK going to level 3 is a big change.
Techo has no TP, can't get out if there's danger, also no potions anymore. Maybe he's overstaying his welcome in this fight. 16 minutes have been played and KraV is slowly catching up, but that was a beautiful stab.
Yeah, that feels so good when your opponent casts the coil, you know, maybe it's not a game-ending coil, but you just dodge it. And the MK is in trouble. Where is the Zeppelin? Where is the Paladin? Where is the stuff? MK goes down, level 3, the Impulse surrounds. Mr. Techo did not expect this Criplord. And yes, now is a problem. Okay, supply still favors Mr. Techo, but he's definitely not playing that well in this particular fight.
Yeah, and he can't get out. Oh boy, the Zeppelin is here on the left-hand side. He never used it on when the fight was over, and the Mountain King had to pay with his life. So do the Knights. He has this wonderful tool available, but he forgot about it. Super stressful situation, of course, in a tournament where he's maybe a little bit nervous, so we can't blame him.
Left Knight may be surrounded. We'll see. Exactly. MK, you know the MK? The Death Knight? Oh my god, the Holy Knight.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Not nervous at all. Super nice. New gets the revenge. Both are spending lots and lots of resources on getting their heroes back.
Yeah, this tavern having time of, you know, the owner of the tavern live, so many hero revives at the short time. And yes, the game is stabilizing a little bit, and is Mr. KraV going for some crazy unique composition? Not really. He's pumping the standard unit choice, he's making another crimp, now he can afford this. And I think, Mr. Neo, we are going to see more and more creeping. Are you excited about high-level undead heroes?
It's the best. It's just the best, but I'm also similarly excited about high-level human heroes, because the Archmage is flirting with level 6, and Shallow Grave is quite a big map. You could use Mass Teleport for some surprise attack.
Okay, I said it's going to be a lot of creeping, but actually KraV wants to push, but it's good for the human. He can get the item, get the experience, and just teleport in. And KraV army is not big, right? So he definitely can't kill the human main. So I like Mr. Techo position. He's finishing the camp, and yes, they're going to fight. KraV is just pulling back.
Supply numbers not
By
that
the way,
big. Yeah.
level 6, the problem with level 6 for me of the Archmage, you know, it's like with great power you have great responsibilities. When I myself, very rarely, but sometimes get level 6 Archmage, I'm always thinking, you know, what should I do? Should I send a mechanical creature to my opponent base and stuff there? Should I send a footpath? It can't be a flying unit, sadly, right? So yes, definitely, the longer you don't use it, you feel a little bit bad, but maybe Mr. Techo will show us how exactly to maneuver with this. Definitely he can now use it to teleport to his expansion.
Right on. It can be cancelled later by Impale, so mass teleporting back is nice. We see it immediately. Cryptlord far behind, and it trades DPs with a couple of workers falling. Definitely effective for KraV, who still wants to stall time, because once there's Griffin in the air, you usually need Fiends and Banshees, but the tech tree to Banshees and Anti-Magic is so far.
And that was actually efficient enough for Mr. KraV because he killed so many peasants on the human expansion. But yes, in general, when your opponent can teleport for free, you can't really trade like that. But so far, KraV is still in the game, and Mr. Neo, I can't believe it, but after this peasant slaughter, he has supply lead.
Ah, it's just a lumber peasant. He has a shredder. He will be fine. It's not that important. Important is levels, and there it's very, very even. Supply, very, very even. But KraV, man, he is bloodthirsty. He wants more. He doesn't have enough. But Mass Telly, the Cryptlord is waiting already. Can't impale too
very
much.
defensive position. I like it. And sadly, human got the human aura, so the red... oh, the Death Knight! The Death Knight is blocked! The Death Knight is dead!
Mountain King as well, maybe impale. Behold, the staff by Tackle, so well done, and now no healer. The Griffins were in a wonderful position. Now
the
they're getting
Griffins,
webbed.
no! They were webbed. That was such an amazing position. We could hold position in those towers. And ultimate of the Lich, I can't believe it!
Second ultimate this game. Both are putting on a wonderful show. These units, and especially the Town Hall, will guaranteed fall if there's no Mountain King with a Stormbolt to intercept it. And where is it? Oh, he's coming in now. It's close. He just needs a couple of seconds. It's a guaranteed kill if no Stormbolt.
The bolt, no!
Oh, no, he's not thinking about it. The Town Hall falls.
And everything around it. Mamma mia, that was such a great position. The Death Knight maybe will go down again, but there is no gold for Mr. Teko, and Mr. KraV actually used the ultimate. They say that Undead has bad ultimates.
Destroyer falling in a second. There we go. 6-4-3. But what? KraV is not done here yet. Oh no! Invo Potion was on the MK Town Portal, not used. The Archmage is dead. And with that, maybe Teko is dead as well. And he is. KraV is victorious after 22 minutes. The Lich King is back. Doing some science here. Awesome, awesome, awesome. He dominated the wildcard qualifier and Teko as well. Tomorrow, our first semi-final is KraV versus Lemes.
Wow, that was very competitive. Again, very competitive. Just like our first series of the day, it felt very, very back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and then just a couple of bad hero losses. That was it. The MK loss at the lab. Even though Teko turned around and got the Death Knight eventually, I feel like KraV just got a little bit too far ahead. But wow, super competitive game. Jesus, never seen people trade expansions so many times in one game, and the ultimate at the end, a little bit silly, but if it works, it works. Force the staff on the MK, death in the K, baby.
Awesome to see.
The position was actually good at this expansion. I thought that Mr. Teko can hold this because he was like so, in this defensive position, but then Gryphon's a little bit too close. And yes, the Lich got freaking level up, and then there was nothing to stop this Lich. For the viewers, they don't know, it's 4% damage. 4% of total HP damage per second, and the duration is longer than 100 HP. So yes, it's guaranteed kill on everything besides the critters. So the trivia is you can't kill critters with it because the damage, the HP is so low, damage is minimal, and the natural HP regen just can out-heal the Lich ultimate. But yes, definitely not the Town Hall. You can't repair it that quickly. GG's for KraV. And he's ready for the interview.
Wonderful. Do you guys want to do it again so I can prepare the rest of the broadcast?
Perfect.
Perfect.
Alrighty. Let me see. Okay, throwing to you guys and pulling KraV in once I find the Discord.
Dun,
Have
dun,
fun.
Dun, 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 dun.
Hello, Mr. KraV. Very well played.
Thank you.
And the ultimate, do you like Lich ultimate, or you think it was just lucky ultimate? Do you always pick on level 6 Lich, the Lich ultimate?
It depends, yes, but yes, I always pick it, yes. I love it.
Mr. Carson, any thoughts?
Yeah, like game number 1, you go for the Crypt Lord first. Game number 2, Lich first. Is this map dependent or just a feeling, just whatever you feel at the start of the game?
I think it's both the map, because I don't like to play this map against human, and I think the map is not so good for the Crypt Lord. This is my what to say, my ressenti, my feeling.
Preference feeling.
Yes.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. Tomorrow you're going to be playing Lemes, which is obviously going to be Paladin rifles. You said you were pretty confident yesterday against Paladin rifles. How do you feel against Lemes specifically? Is it easy peasy 2-0, or how do you feel?
Let's see, bro. I don't like to say I'm gonna 2-0 and blah blah blah. I'm not like Conor McGregor, you know. Let's see how it's going.
But are you going to think a lot about Pala Rifle, right? So are you going to watch some replays? You know, there are some epic games like Happy versus Starbuck with Pala Rifle. Or do you have like, of course, don't tell us exactly because you know, but do you have like style prepared, or you are still going to do some research?
I won't lie you. I will maybe watch 1 or 2 replay just for trust in 100% how to say the bio, like the choke rip. I don't need to watch the game of all the game, you know, just the start, the creep route, just the creep route, and yeah, and it's fine. Yeah, I'm confident.
Okay, that's perfect. And how do you feel with your micro department? Because, you know, there is always this pursuit, this going for the better and better and better. Do you overall happy, you know, with your like controlling units, or you still think there is like a big improvement for like your best play?
I don't really understand the question, bro.
Okay, do you like? Are you happy with your unit control? Do you think like you are doing it very well, or you still think, okay, I need this like 5-10 more games to get into the better condition, better shape?
Yes, I think I have to play some games before tournament like this. Like today, I come with 0 game, so yes, but yeah, I can do better, I think.
So tomorrow we are going to see even better KraV. I'm very excited for that.
Yes, I have nothing to do tomorrow morning, so all the day, so I will be more prepared. Yeah, of course, bro.
Did you
Mm-hmm.
see? I asked you about PTR yesterday, and you like there wasn't many undead changes. But then after yesterday's stream, there was the Frostworm change on the PTR. Did you see this extra 75 range and AOE air attack for Frostworm? Did you happen to see this?
So imba.
So Imba, you think it's good? I'm excited for it.
Yeah, ready. Let's see with guards how it's going. But yes, I'm really happy to hear this. Yes, because you know we're necro. Yeah, I like it.
Yep.
So yeah, in this professional Warcraft 3, we saw only Frostworms a little bit from Happy versus Night Elves. Can you tell us in which other matchup you would like to try the Frostworms in the new patch? It should be good versus Gyros now, right? Because they can like AoE attack the Gyros. So do you think like in Undead Mirror maybe you can add the Frostworms? So in which matchup, maybe versus Undead, maybe versus Human, who knows, maybe versus Orc, you would like to try the Frostworms first, and why?
Versus Night Elf and Dead for sure. Against Orc, it depends how the game is going. If he have time to get bats, so and against Human, I think maybe if you had some Necro aura on the realm, and you know some stuff, some Code aura, or I don't know, Potem aura. So why not, you know? But if the realm is alone. Yes, I have to try, but I don't think it's a good idea. Yes.
So finally, exciting change for the undead, and as a human player, I'm very jealous of exciting changes in the PTR. So KraV, GG's, very well played. And Mr. Carson,
Thank
any
you,
more
bro.
questions? Because yes, I'm good here.
No, that's it for me. Well played, KraV, as always, and we'll see you again tomorrow for your next match.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
What a great guy. What a great guy. What an aura and what a great performance that was. So awesome to have KraV back in style. Very, very sad for Teko, who says goodbye right after Kevin as the second German. It's just not our day, unfortunately, but KraV versus Lemes tomorrow is going to be a freaking banger in the semifinal.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait for that. Can't wait to see. I mean, Lemes didn't really have any adversity at all today, but I think KraV is, he's maybe underselling himself a little bit with, oh, I'll watch a couple replays. I'm not 100% sure, but I think he's going to be very, very well prepared. He's very comfortable with the Criplord Ghoul style, as we've seen already. And that's exactly what many players are doing as Pally Rifles. So, yeah, that's going to be a highlight of tomorrow, big time.
It's definitely true. And yes, if I can name an undead that I know that can lame you well, and make the game pretty weird and chaotic, and if it's like minute number 10 and everybody's tier 1 without the base, definitely Mr. KraV is one of them. So he's definitely a good person to challenge Lemes really, really well. But from the other side, Lemes can play very defensively as well. So it's always about the mind games. We, of course, don't know what KraV is going to do. Who knows? Is it even going to be the Criplord first? I'm very excited.
Many options. Firelord first, maybe.
You never know what KraV has in store for us, especially if he has the entire day to prepare. So that's going to be awesome. Just like so far, this entire tournament is awesome. We got KraV versus Lemes. Biko has defeated Kevin, and now we need an opponent for Biko. It's the main event of the evening, everybody. It is Sweden versus Poland. Knoff versus Smurf. Knoff, one of the biggest streamers in Warcraft right now, right? After coaching Tyler and having this little bromance with Tyler, he's stepping it up in the streaming. It's like 500 viewers every time he goes online, and surely the people's champion in this match coming up.
Yeah, definitely. And well-deserved as well. Like, he was a fantastic coach. I think his style differed from Grubby, the perfect way to help Tyler. And, well-deserved that he's been streaming and been getting a lot of viewers and been playing very well. Like, obviously, when he's streaming a lot, that means he's practicing a lot, very motivated. Smurf, on the other hand, also been grinding a ton. When Smurf is motivated, he plays a lot of ladder. He's been one of the highest ranked players consistently for the last couple of seasons. I would call this, if you look at it on paper, you'd always think Knoff is going to be the big favorite just historically, because he is, the ex-pro player, ex-top player from Sweden with the likes of Thorzane, etc. But these days, I think this is a pretty even match, actually.
I would agree. And I want to say something real quick as a disclaimer. Smurf said he's not that comfortable with the camera, and then we said, Smurf, there's a little penalty if you don't put up your camera. And he said, yo, you know what? I have a better idea. I just donate all my prize money to a crowdfunding that's currently going on, and you don't put a penalty on me. Is that all right? And I said, bro, that is of course all right. Very unfortunate thing, of course, as the thing is with crowdfunding so often. In the Polish community, there's a crowdfunding going on to help a 2-year-old child on the way to defeat a rare sickness called neuroblastoma. Shout out to Smurf for putting this on the map and putting this into my mind. So we had the parents here in the chat recently last week, and of course, if you can spend $1 or $2, this is very, very much appreciated. Want to platform this a little if you can help out. So nicely done by Smurf to raise attention for that. He is sometimes quite a gem. I couldn't believe it myself.
Yes, as a member of the Polish community, I can say that yes, this is like very unfortunate, but we can see that Mr. Gini, who is like mentioned here, the father, he's definitely, going to spend this money well, and he is basically trying to, not fight for his child, right? So yes, I did some small fundraiser, of course, and the entire community is helping, of course, especially for the Polish community. But thank you, Mr. Neo, thank you, Mr. Smurf, as well, for putting attention into this.
Well,
Chad.
Giga chat indeed. Let us put attention to competitive Warcraft now, though. It is Knoff versus Smurf, our last quarterfinal for the day. And whose turn is it to cast? I again lost track, but I don't think it's me.
It's me for sure, and then if it's not you, Neo, it's me and Saul, baby.
But I don't know the game name, so 1 second.
Oh, it has started already.
Oh,
Okay,
no.
so this time we know
no.
who is casting. Good luck, Mr. Carson. Good luck, Mr. Neo. See you in a few minutes. Bye-bye.
Oh, no.
Oopsie. We forgot the... I mean, it's always the same game name, though. How could we... Oh...
I'm the Inter for a reason. Sorry.
Well, Carson, could you tell the people what's going on real quick? Because I have to fiddle with the cameras a little bit.
Yes, sir. We're going to be starting on Last Refuge. Of course, going to be an Orc against Night Elf, the first Orc player I feel like we've seen in the last couple of days. Always nice to have the Orcs represented a little bit. And who better to do it than Knoff himself, of course, against Narbu, as we already introduced them. And map number 1 is going to be Last Refuge, and then we're going to have Concealed Hill and Springtime later on, which we can talk about. Last Refuge, kind of a classic map in this matchup. It's one of the maps where we've seen even Talons at times, if we ever see it. But no doubt this will be a very, very high-level game between these two. Smurf is always playing Grubby on stream, and I think Knoff himself is even playing a show match versus Grubby later today against Grubby's off race on the PTR. So both players experienced in this matchup on both sides of it.
This is what I heard as well. Really excited. Of course, the raid is going to go to that stream here. Now, we got the beauty cameras kind of ready. Okay, Orc versus Night Elf. Carson, where does this matchup stand at the moment when we're not going Talons? It's still Dryad Bears, right? But who's ahead and who's this a problematic matchup for?
Yeah, I think at the highest level, it's no doubt at all that Orc is favored against Night Elf. All the Orcs, you know, the Soans, the Focus, the Lins, they have been destroying the Lights, the Kahos, the Colorfuls. Pretty much every time I see it, it's always a win for the Orc. I would say the lower you get, the more difficult it becomes for Orc, just because the scouting isn't as on point for, you know, people below the tier 1 level. So you can get tricked, you can get slipped up a little bit more often, you can get creepjacked and lose too many units if your scouting isn't absolutely perfect. But I'd say it's relatively even, and then, you know, the higher up you go, the more Orc favored it becomes.
Alrighty, let's see. I was... Oh, mana burn on the illusion. I was on Knoff's stream yesterday when he figured out what his bracket looks like. And let's say it that way, for once this week, he wasn't too happy and wasn't too jolly. Probably 2 Night Elves in my path. What am I supposed to do? But then a minute later, it was fine. And Kevin has been eliminated, right? So it's not that bad as Knoff thought, if he's advancing. He said he's a little bit nervous because it's his first tournament, like, next to the LAN last year in a while. He's been laddering a lot, but tournaments, time was a little rare. But for W3Champions, of course, everybody's making time.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a little bit of a weird style from Knoff. It's not unheard of to go Headhunters with Blademaster Mirror Image. Of course, they're better for creeping. They're better against Dryads, and they can help you hold a Tier 2 expansion early on. But generally, you go for a Grunt. You won't just go for straight Headhunters. So it's a little bit different from Knoff, which is cool to see that he's making his own adjustments in the matchup. For Smurf, pretty standard 2 Moonwall tech, Demon Hunter aggression. When you see Mirror Image, it's always good to be aggressive because if you burn the blade down to no mana, he can no longer creep because you can see the shop was super delayed.
That hurts. Nice deny by Knoff. Damn, he's been stepping it up since his return. Is, of course, hurt. The shop is not in the perfect time ready yet, but the defense should still be fine for him, I guess. And also the Demon Hunter is, unlike what many people say, not unkillable. Now the shop is finished. This Headhunter shouldn't fall actually. This time no deny. Both players showing good skills. Who recovers better?
Yeah, good pressure on the DH, has to go back. Speed scroll for Knoff. One more auto attack might do it. It would take a high roll, but the Headhunter does it in the end. The speed scroll kills the DH. No TP out there. And a level 2 Demon Hunter goes down. And worth noting, I guess he sold the TP, didn't he? Because he bought double Surfling on that DH. Right.
Very Sonic-esque play, to be honest. Selling the TP, getting double circlet, losing his first hero, Tavern reviving, and just continue with the pressure.
Yeah, no mana though on that Demon Hunter. So he would have actually healed more efficiently with lower health, higher mana. But now from the Tavern Revive, no mana, a little bit higher health. These Moonwells are going to all be entirely drained. Yeah, it's a cool opener from Smurf. Buys the double circle, it gets the claws, and becomes very, very aggressive against the mirror image. It does make perfect sense on paper, but you know, just because you have the perfect strategy doesn't mean you micro it perfectly. A little slip up there is going to put Knoff in the lead, now taking the shop as well. Boots of speed for him. And I wonder what the follow-up will be with this Headhunter opener.
Man, I was very, very scared for Smurf as much as I can. Very scared for Smurf because on Knoff's stream, I've been watching quite a bit. He went for Naga second quite a bit, and I saw him like giggling, like, oh, you know, I like Naga second. I start to like Naga second. And if the Demon Hunter is there with like 1/3 HP as he was next to the Tavern, that could have been another DH killer, maybe GG, but Tech was just 2-3 seconds off, and then the timing didn't work out anymore, so Shadow Hunter it is. And now I'm just as curious as you are.
Yeah, Bestiary, Shadow Hunter. Typically, if you see straight Headhunter openers, you wouldn't be surprised to see tier 3 tech and go for Bloodlust, the sort of Happy approach to Orc against Elf. Remember, when Happy played off-race, he would just go Farseer, Shadow Hunter, TC, Bloodlusted Berserkers in pretty much every matchup, including versus Elf, which could be very strong with a Blade Master opener as well. But for Knoff, it's not going to be that. Headhunters, Raiders, and I would have to expect some sort of tier 2 expansion eventually from Knoff, but Smurf continues to be aggressive.
Yeah, with the Naga and the Vamp Aura, which he sells. I was about to say, what a wonderful item, but with only Dryads, of course, way less effective, and then that shall be the plan for the rest of the game. We got Knoff creeping as well. If he finds the Vamp Aura, he'll probably do the same. Can the Demon Hunter steal this? Oh, sick Hex. Well done. Item, Ring of the Archmagi, Speed Scroll number 2, and a very good disengage.
And Knoff need not be too scared right now. He needs to heal up a little bit, but he is currently stronger. His blade has a push on vulnerability. He's got the strong Hex. He's got fantastic items. So I think Knoff could come back and defend this. Reinforced defense has only just started, so this forward burrow is very exposed. Knoff needs to fight this. What will the target be? Perhaps Hero Focus could be the play.
With Hex, there's always a chance, but the Demon Hunter is very, very sturdy. Off we go. Switches the targets with piercing damage to Dryads. We see this a lot. Next Hex can't save the Headhunter in the back. 33 versus 40 food, but Smurf can't produce further as he's missing a Moonwell. So if Knoff holds here, he can surely come back.
Yeah, and as you mentioned earlier, there's no tier 3 tech. It is just Dryads currently, which is normally paired with an expansion. But I imagine with no expo, this will be a delayed tier 3 for Smurf. He's going to try to get an advantage, get map control, get extra creep camps, and win some fights. And then slowly, eventually, work his way into bears. Because mass Dryads on one base will not work in the long run, especially against the army composition that Knoff is going for, which is just purely piercing and siege damage. Fantastic against the Dryads. And he continues to creep, gets the lab now. And Smurf, I don't know if he wants to continue to be aggressive here.
Not really. I like that he steals one heal scroll away. That shall be good in the next fight. Knoff, very defensive, but he got cement up. He got the Raiders coming in for even more control next to Hex. More stability with heal wave, and of course if the Blade Master is in harm's way, just mirror image your way out. But yeah, and here's the strength of Ensnare. Dryads will suffer first heal scroll. One Dryad down. The second's about to fall as well. I don't know, Smurf, if this is the right spot to be in.
Yeah, he thinks he's strong right now because he's staying on tier 2, and he had a decent early game, if not for the Demon Hunter loss, but Knoff is fully countering the Dryads. If there was bears, this army would be terrible, but since there's only Dryads, this army is absolutely perfect for Knoff. Smurf's gonna get a couple of kills, courtesy of the Demon Hunter, but all the archers out of position. Naga, DH, get out, and Smurf should be counting his blessings to be allowed to walk away from this fight.
God damn, somewhere in America, Tyler is probably celebrating the success of his coach. Very, very good levels now, close to level 4. And this is where Blade Master Mirror Image really shines with level 2 crit, which is also applicable on the mirror images. And I wonder, Carson, as you're the theory craft man, is Smurf trying to counter mirror image too hard with only Dryad?
Yeah, it's true. And like the thing about Mirror Image is it's very spammable if you do have mana. So yes, you can abolish, get some experience, but I mean the Blade Master always has more casts unless your mana burns are only going on the blade and not the Shadow Hunter. A lot of consumables for this Blade Master. Burns through one. Demon Hunter, can it be staff? There's no staff! Where's the staff when you need it most? DH is dead again. And Smurf might be dead in map 1.
Looks like it, mate. Knoff is plowing through Last Refuge. Comes in with Wisp, but if those help too much, I'm not too sure. Piercing damage superiority on the Orc side. Very, very different to what you've seen in the past 10 years or so. Not the Raiders, not the Walkers, not the Kodos up until now, but Headhunters and Raiders galore. Not even casters at all, because why? Demon Hunter benched for 80 seconds, and now is the big question for Knoff what he's doing with that time.
Yeah, I do like the style for Knoff. He just he plays very passive on his side. He only fights when he's forced to fight. You know, he was a win across the map there because he smelled blood in the water, but really, when he's given space, he just takes it and creeps. When he gets pressured, he goes back to his base, plays defensive, and fights. And, you know, he can just continue creeping because Orc heroes do scale better than Night Elf heroes. Unless maybe it's like Panda second or something like that. You might argue that Night Elf scales better. But yeah, this is a nice stable style from Knoff. If there was Bears, if there was a tier 3 tag, he can scout it with an illusion and then transition into an expansion and extra Kodos. But if not, you're just chilling. Just creep, build headhunters, you're all good.
Exactly. Find the Brilliant Aura now, usually an item that everybody desires. Here, it only benefits Blade Master and Shadow Hunters. Maybe even worth selling it for a heal scroll invuln. But he has that at the ready too. 50 food, maxed out, working on upgrades. I really, really like Knoff's play. Attack upgrades also for Smurf, but he still has to think, like, what's my plan for the late game, as you just said.
Yeah, no tier 3 still. At least he has staff now, got an Ankh from his lab. There's still, you know, equal creeps for both. Smurf could still get a red camp, and Knoff has to be careful. His Blade Master burned through some consumables. The Health Stone, notably, has a greater heal in the Shadow Hunter Potion of Vulnerability. If Knoff has to burn those consumables, Hero Focus is always going to be a possibility for Smurf, and that's what he'll look for. But he's got a long road ahead of him before he's going to be able to kill a hero.
Hell yeah. So, with all the hero losses here for the Night Elves today, would you say the Ankh of Reincarnation is the best item he could have found?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he would like an inventory of 6 of those if he could. I don't even, is there a cooldown for Ankh? I don't know. I've never seen someone with 2 of them.
Oh, that's a good question, actually.
Yeah, never once have I seen that.
I know it activates before Reincarnation, right? But I think I know. Now I'm not sure anymore.
I don't know. I'm thinking about that now too.
Chat will know, of course, as we are trying to have the next fight. Little more even than we thought, but Knoff was banking at 50 for a long time. Now exploding, still 200 gold in the bank. The Raiders are making a sweet connection, and the Dryads aren't dancing as much as they used to.
One Raider goes down. If Smurf can kill these Raiders, he can continue to kite, but the issue is how many drives does he have left once he cleans up the Raiders? Number 2 going to go down. Fork Lightning is doing some heavy lifting. Demon Hunter in the back. 3rd Raider about to fall. 4th is also red. Kodo going to get in range for a Devour, and we're left with what? 3 Dryads as 1 more reinforces in. Level 5 on the Blade Master. Very, very powerful. Both players losing a lot, but at the end of the day, Smurf loses another fight and has to run away.
Uh-oh, is there a Raider to catch up? Oh, only coming in now as a reinforcement. It's a little bit too late. But yeah, level 3 critical strike now. This will hurt. A damage multiplier of 4 is 250 crit and beyond. Demon Hunter would love to get some shop here, but oh, nice actually. Knoff fortifying the shop position to take care of invulns and heal scrolls, and now Siege Smurf.
228 crit, not even that high, but I imagine we're going to get some higher rolls eventually. Demon Hunter got to be careful. He's 1 shot away from dying. Needs to be staffed now. The ball's on Smurf, trying to force 1 more consumable, but there's still the Potion of Vulnerability, still the greater heal. Smurf needs to get those items out of the way so that the Blade Master is actually at risk of dying. If he's at risk of dying, he can't just sit there auto-attacking all day, and then you can probably deal with the army.
Tough spot still to be in. Every single fight goes clearly in favor of Knoff. If you see this map and then see him complain about Night Elf yesterday on his stream, it's 2 parallel worlds.
Yeah, he's had some nice control of the game so far. And luckily just had to play against Dryads, right? Not against Orb, not against Keeper second as well, which, you know, would be a nice counter to this high-level Blade Master. The Thorns Aura is always great when the Blade is critting for 300. even though it doesn't return crit damage, obviously. But the red camp now for Knoff. Trying to get level 5 Shadow Hunter, which would be a massive upgrade. Endurance Aura is nice because there's no TC.
Right on. 2 red spots for the Orc is not a good sign for the Night Elf. By the way, Soul Intern Man has tested it. There is no cooldown, so it is indeed the best item for Night Elves. Wonderful. Shout out Soul. And Nabu gets a Raider for free. Not bad, not bad. But yeah, what do you want to do with an Orc base when there is cement up?
Still a fighting chance for Smurf, absolutely, but his heroes are severely under-leveled, and Knoff not going to take the fight, just going to base trade. Not because he couldn't win the fight, but because why wouldn't he with Raiders, as you mentioned, when he has reinforced defenses? 2 units go down, both a Headhunter and a Raider, but also a Dryad dies in the base of Smurf, and Smurf has to hightail it back home. Staffs the Demon Hunter. Will he buy a TP at the shop, though?
I guess he has to, but he has only 190 and only the staff to sell, so it's not that easy to afford that. It's a Demon Hunter against the world, as so often. No more shot, only 1 potion. This is the last gold that he was able to use, so he has to walk all the way back. Poor Soul, poor Smurf, rather. And now damage is done, and why would you take a fight when you're already that far ahead, when it's not that advantageous for you? TP out, play it safe. When you're ahead, get further ahead.
Yeah, great TP from Knoff. He actually was at risk of losing that fight after eating the mana burn after having a low HP Blade Master, so the TP is great. The damage was done. He had pillage the entire time, and now Smurf needs to detonate a Wisp if he wants to be below upkeep, but he doesn't really have Wisps to spare currently. I think there's only 3 on the map for him in total, and there is about 4 minutes of mining left in the main base as Smurf pushes across. Is this his final attack?
Must be, right? There's so much resources for Knoff, the Demon Hunter, who has been, kind of surrounded, but maybe you don't want to face him straight up when he has a potion. Lots of healing used, lots of Raiders falling, but is it enough?
Clarity in the back, mana potion as well. Shadowhunter about to get level 5, but maybe could be burned away from being able to use level 3 heal wave. Raiders lock down even more Dryads. The control has been fantastic for Knoff, but he's had the luxury of just fighting all units that are easy to kill. Blade Master nearly one-shotting Dryads now, and Smurf is running low on the Spear Throwers. I think this is the beginning of the end for map number 1. The double crit as well.
Well, Lady Luck is surely with Knoff, and he seems excited. He's ready to pop off. I can see it. Come on, GG already. Time to celebrate. Smurf might be running low, but Knoff is riding high.
Yeah, I guess this is for Knoff's first tournament in quite a while as well, so he's probably not only nervous, but also, excited to be making it a little further in the tournament, possibly, if he can continue this trend from game number 1 into the second game.
Especially when there's no Night Elf in this way.
Not this game, at least.
Oh, a lousy Night Elf, quote-unquote, army. It is just the Demon Hunter. Come on, let's be honest. And this is no Demon Hunter no more, as he sold the Ankh. GG. Look, Knoff with an impressive win on map 1.
Very well done indeed. Well played. Headhunters and Raiders, baby. That's all you need sometimes.
Yeah, definitely interesting strategy by Mr. Knoff. And yes, I indeed went to the word editor. I killed Demon Hunter 2 times. It was a pleasure, and there is no cooldown. So yes, the Ankh works like a charm.
It was a pleasure. I can only imagine. That is indeed a great feeling. Knoff, looking really good. So, Soul, do you have any advice for your countryman Smurf?
Well, my advice is play better, okay? Try to think about what you can improve, and that's a very universal advice. Of course, I do remember the very famous streamer, caster of StarCraft 2 that I was trying to follow, Mr. In Control, and he has this meme that, yes, the worst thing, as you can hear as a player, as a streamer, when somebody tells you, just try to micro better. But what else I can say to Mr. Smurf? He'll be ready soon, and Mr. Knoff definitely deserves the win.
Alrighty, time for Smurf to turn this around if possible. Otherwise, this is the last game of the day, and we got our final day. That is, of course, time for you to check out the Matcherino. If you are having fun with our games, we have a Matcherino up, everybody, where you can support the players you did already like crazy. $6,000 for these W3Champions finals. We had the wild card yesterday. We reward every player in this close qualifier, as most of them were invited via their ladder performance before. And of course, the big chunk goes to the main tournament and a potential show match next weekend. 6K is freaking amazing. Massive shout out to first and foremost Kleine Schildpad for almost 50% of that. Also for Jerk, who strapped the rocket to this crowdfunding very, very early on with $1,000, says that's an okay idea. Hope he got his money's worth so far and maxed it out. Also an absolute MVP, just like Mr. Riza and all the individual contributions. I do have a little secret to share here. Tomorrow, profile pictures will be available for $5 a piece.
Oh yeah. Hell
That
yeah.
sounds
That's what we've been
amazing.
waiting for.
And
the good news is that intern is in the game. I'm ready to cast.
Carsten, you or me?
I think I'm in the rotation.
Yes. Okay.
Carson is the org guy. We need an org guy.
True. It's okay, Sol. If you want to rather cast with Carson than with me, I totally understand that. He's a boss.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Never interning again.
No!
You just fired yourself.
No! I'm
Sounds
glad.
like story of my life.
Uh-oh.
Take it away, boys.
All right. Springtime, Saul. Springtime Orc vs. Elf. What are you thinking? What are your thoughts on the map? What are your thoughts on the matchup, I suppose, overall?
Well, I will counter this with another question. Why he
Yes.
said good luck, have fun, and sorry? It was too late. He's too nice, Mr. Carson. Tell me something about the manners in the game, because this is too complicated for me. It was about good luck, have fun being too late, right?
I think, yeah. Did he spent a little bit too much time microing his peons? I didn't say good luck quick enough, I suppose.
Yes, as an experienced gamer, what is the acceptable time to say good luck, have fun back?
I think before you kill their first hero, at least, you need to do that. If you do it after the first hero kill, you're being BM, but right before it, I think it's funny. And then about 30 seconds before the first hero kill, then it's mannered. I think there's three, it's a tertiary sort of progression system.
Okay, noted, sir. And tell me one thing. This time we are going to see the standard, right? One burrow tech, Blade Master with Windwalk. Do you think Mr. Knoff feels like Smurf has figured out a little bit the counter to the strategy that he used on Last Refuge, or it's the map dependent? What do you think?
I think it was good on LR because there is a high priority on the center camps, the shops on Last Refuge. So if you have a lot of headhunters early on, you'll have map control and you'll be able to creep them quicker. Whereas grunts, they get ensnared, they get out of position, they take forever to heal, you get salves canceled when you're creeping. So headhunters allow you to actually have the control to take those shops. Whereas it's, there is 2 consumables at the shops on Springtime, but they're much more spread apart. So this map is probably better for grunts because you end up taking smaller camps.
Yeah, but one thing is universal. It's still mirror image, so you don't need to play headhunters to play mirror image. You just creep much better with it, and the players are going to connect for the first time mana ban on the correct Blade Master. It's easy to figure out which one is which. The one with higher HP usually is the real one, and I like this start for Mr. Smurf. He's being oppressive, he's not letting Knoff creep, but of course Mr. Knoff was ready for that, and that's why he's making the fast shop.
Yeah, nice little block on that illusion. He mana burns it just to get the experience. He knew that Knoff was out of mana, so he couldn't resummon to deny the experience. That shop that you mentioned was canceled last game, which made the early game a little bit tougher than it needed to be for Knoff, but this time around, I would be surprised to see it get canceled. That'd be a big commitment for Smurf. Smurf building more archers. We'll see how many he goes up to before he pivots that Ancient War over to the next creep camp.
As an orc, do you enjoy this moment? I mean, do you think Knoff is in a good situation? Because his tag is really quick, right? But he's not really creeping. Do you think it's okay for Knoff, or you think that one of the players has an advantage with just dancing like that?
I think it's okay if you're in a forced to a little bit of a stalemate position. The position you don't want to be in is Demon Hunter level 3, Blade Master level 2. So if you're a little bit too aggressive but not able to stop the DH from creeping, or if you have a bad creep route as the mirror image player, that's when it's bad if the DH gets an XP advantage. But if you both stay level 1, if you both stay level 2, as an orc player, you're happy, I think. You want to avoid level 2 mana burn.
And now we have a problem, Mr. Carson. Smurf is on level 2. Knoff is kinda wasting time. He just went across to the shop and he's coming back on foot. Pressure on the burrow is here immediately. And we have immolation in the peasant line. And I saw Sonic once doing this. And let me tell you, it's pretty annoying even versus like very high MMR Nidals.
Yeah, very strong play from Smurf here. He eventually may have to town portal out, but just the economic loss. Ooh, little block from Knoff. He does surround the Demon Hunter, forces a TP. At the end of the day, maybe Knoff is fine with this. He lost some economy for sure, but forcing the TP and all the Moonwells have to be drank now. It's probably okay for Knoff.
This is the micro department, right? He was able to like force this one mistake. And I remember when I was watching your stream and you were like analyzing Lin replays or something like that, you're like, okay, how Lin is winning versus all of those Night Elves. Amazing micro, not from this Earth micro. So yes, Knoff definitely went into that direction. His decision to go to the shop was bad, but he came back with this beautiful block because yes, burning the TP is quite important.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Smurf can't be as aggressive as he otherwise would like to be. Scroll the Beast is not what you want to find. Yeah, sells it immediately, replaces it for a circlet. Greater heal, push and vulnerability would be fantastic. And Knoff could grab a Berserker, but he's a little bit supply blocked right now. Let's see what he goes for at tier 2. Both players, in fact. We'll see if Smurf goes tier 3, and we'll see what tech buildings Knoff builds.
Yes, we have option between Tauren Totem Bestiary and what else is in the menu?
Solo Bestiary maybe, or early expansion, late Bestiary was just a single Tauren Totem. There's a few options, but they all end up, all roads lead to Raider Walker eventually.
Okay, and Smurf so far, very standard. And again, Naga second. Naga means pressure, right?
Yeah, and shop early, the Ancient of Wonders, also means no tier 3 tech. He's played Mass Dryads again. This is a very, you know, players that play Mass Dryads tend to stick to it. It's very good. You know, it's not the most standard way to play, but it is very good if the aggression goes well.
Okay, so there will be no way to heal Demon Hunter very well, but the mid-game map control should be great item. Oh, Boots of Quel'Thalas for the Demon Hunter. I think that's the beloved item. Look how fast he's attacking. Okay, maybe now he's done, but yes, the inventory on the Demon Hunter is pretty goddamn good.
Yeah, he's not going to be complaining with these items this game as well. Hex will have to control him, but for now, it is Knoff that's being controlled, forced away from the shop. Oh, the Ogre Magi was kind of in the back, but now, okay, Smurf is going to get this. Hoping for not another Scroll of the Beast. He wants something to keep that Demon Hunter healed up, because as you mentioned, with no bears, no healing.
Yeah, there is a big invul, but the situation that you mentioned, level 3 Demon Hunter, level 2 Blade Master on low mana, so Knoff is definitely very fragile now, but slowly he's getting this tier 2 power spike. He's making Spirit Walkers, he's going for Bestiary. What do you think about Spirit Walkers if you know that your opponent is playing Mass Dryads for sure? Do you even make Spirit Walkers, or versus Dryads you'll go for like Mass Raiders or something?
Yeah, I think ideally if you know it's Mass Dryads, you would just skip Walkers entirely, unless it's Keeper second. Then you'll get one Walker and Adept, but we notice Knoff, if it's fast tier 3 tech, you'll go 2 Walkers and then you'll get Adept, but because Knoff is a little bit in the dark as to what Smurf is doing, he goes 1 Walker, Adept, and then he'll just cut Walkers entirely.
Okay, so mind games for Smurf for now, and yes, he's being aggressive because he can, he's bringing the Wisp. Does it mean aggression? I think so.
Yeah, can detonate those illusions as well. We'll see how this fight goes. The Demon Hunter, we've talked about it, is a complete beast, but a little bit confusion because the illusions, but to detonate for the only Spirit Link we have. A nice little engagement for at the start of the fight for Smurf, it seems like.
Yes, supply favors Smurf by a lot, even though both players are on tier 2, right? So maybe pumping the archers and Dryas is a little bit most efficient. Smurf is disengaging, not going for tier 3 yet. And yes, this additional time, I think, is working great for Knoff.
And Knoff got a little bit afraid there, you see. He bought double potion of healing. When you see the wisps getting detonated, when you see another wisp as well being pulled, you're like, oh, he's all letting me. I gotta be ready for APs. I gotta be ready for hero focus. So he bought double potion in fear that there is no all-in just yet. Smurf playing it patient, but I do think eventually he will go for a big push. 49 supply versus 40. This should be a good fight for Smurf.
Yeah, but he doesn't have stuff of preservation, you know, the Night Elf stuff,
Yeah.
even though he was in his base, because I was about to say that I like the double staff setup, because that's how he healed his Demon Hunters. Demon Hunter, he's pulling him back with the Staff of Preservation and using the Moonwells, teleporting with Staff of Tele, but no, this Demon Hunter needs to be good at its own. But yes, more experience for Smurf. He's going for the Dispel, another Moonwell, no tier 3, no expansion. It's going to be tier 2 versus tier 2 all the way.
Yeah, worth pointing out, no War Mill for Knoff. That means no reinforced defenses. That means not an easy base defense if Knoff is out of position, which currently he is slightly. Under-leveled Shadowhunter. Base is not ideal. He's going to lose this forward burrow. There's nothing he can do to save it, even though the repair is on point. Not looking bad for Smurf. Certainly looking much better than Game 1 did.
Yes, and we don't have Serpent Wards as well, which is quite, you know, a good discussion point, because Shadowhunter, Serpent Wards, amazing versus Dryads, but maybe yet again, he did not anticipate that. Would you go for Serpent Wards here?
I think in an ideal situation you would, yeah. If you could go back in time, he would at this point, but for now he's got to work with what he's got. Hex, Mana Burn, and the Shadowhunter is out of mana. The burrow's not in range. The shop is dead as well. Looks like a great fight for Smurf, but we'll see if Knoff can weather the storm.
Peons are joining the fight. So far, Wisps are detonating both Spirit Link and Mirror Images, but the question is, can Knoff survive this? He has a healing scroll, he has the potion of healing, no mana on the Orc heroes, but remember, Knoff can still crit.
Demon Hunter, healthy as ever. Blade Master can't say the same. Getting the use of those potions. Drops the parry up, but eats a Fork Lightning when the parry up is dropped. That's not too efficient. Heal Salve. Runs away with the Speed Scroll. Naga now getting quite low. You mentioned no Staff of Preservation. That might come into play in the near future. Demon Hunter is so that means no more Immolation. Knoff maybe barely holding on here, but it was very close.
Supplies favoring Knoff. He's healing nicely, thanks God that he had this healing solve. But yes, Smurf definitely did a very deadly push, and the devil was in the details, right? One bad micro move by any of the players, the game would be over. But as we can see, amazing gameplay. And what this Grand was doing there at the lab, I don't know.
Was being chased by one Dryad, but was forced to go into the creep, so denied by Knoff. Still no level 3 Shadowhunter. Raider trying to catch out one of these heroes. There is potential for a hero to be lost. Smurf has to be very careful. Hex is 8 mana away, and maybe then Demon Hunter or Naga could fall. But they get back to the Moonwells. 2 Dryads costly, but at least it's not a hero.
Yes, and both players are in a this glass cannon situation. Of course, there is heal scroll, but for Knoff. But yes, the hero focus by Smurf is amazing as well. Cold Arrow and the Dryads. But yes, there is nothing else than Dryads. 1/1 upgraded, but still it's tier 2. There is no Richu, there is no Orb. Smurf is bringing another Wisp, and yes, Knoff is not in the hurry. But Smurf has supply lead again.
And he's got staff now as well. A very scrappy game. It's going to come down to just fighting and exchanging. Oh, I like the confidence from Knoff to go for this red camp. If you got Creepjack, well, you could run away, but it could be a dicey situation. But if you just sit afraid at your base for the whole game, you lose just from attrition. But it might not actually work out as Smurf just runs straight to his base again, and the burrows and the shops are exposed. But this red camp item could be great. Helm of Valor is fantastic.
As you mentioned, there is no War Mill, so we can't go for upgraded burrows, and there would be no lumber, honestly, because Knoff was fighting with the help of his peons. And yes, destroying the shop is also very, very, very annoying, but who is going to lame better? Upgraded burrows or all of these melee siege damage units? And I think that Knoff is forcing Smurf to go back.
I'm a little bit surprised. Maybe, I mean, Smurf can't know 100% that there is no War Mill, no reinforced defenses halfway done right now, but if you can see, there is only paper burrows currently. Smurf could commit in and kill all of them, just like he's losing all of his Moonwells, but he wants to defend. Currently, he's in between two things. He's defending with the Demon Hunter, and the Naga is sort of sitting stagnant, but now running back, still Smurf has bruised a lot of the army of Knoff. This could be an easy-peasy fight for the Night Elf.
Yes, so there is a heal scroll, the Moonwells are dying, but it's Knoff overcommits, the game would be over. I don't like that he's staying here, but yes, gladly has scroll of teleportation. He lost one raider, but bought a lot of time, and he's going back. Is the shop ready? Almost ready. That's perfect, and 2 leftover Wisps. Maybe he can get them. Body block with the Spirit Walker? Not really. The Wisps are surviving, they're quite fast.
Still an open game for both players. Smurf has to rebuild the Moonwells. He needs to get those Wisps back, actually. He's building Moonwells aggressively. I don't know if I really like that choice, but at least he's getting the Moonwells built soon. But he's 50 supply, right? So he doesn't need to break upkeep. They're both sitting around 50. They've both been fighting the whole time. Knoff now with the 4th Raider. You mentioned the Walker count earlier, like how many Walkers should he build? Certainly should not have 2 Walkers right now. I'll tell you that much. But at least he's got extra Raiders.
Yes, Knoff doesn't want to fight yet because he is still regenerating HP, but Smurf is not going to wait any longer. There is TP on the Demon Hunter, and what Mr. Knoff is going to focus, he's going for the Dryads, and Smurf helps a lot with this. The game is still open, Smurf with a slight supply lead, and those Moonwells actually can carry this fight.
Swap over something. That was a potion of healing passed over, trying to force the TP. Very important for Knoff to force the TP. Now he can kill those Moonwells, but he lost his entire army,
yes,
Knoff.
Entire army. 70 supply for Smurf. Knoff is even ignoring those Moonwells. He's trying to heal, but ladies and gentlemen, looks like this game is in Smurf favor now. Of course, it's still very open, but what Knoff can do, Mass Dryas is like this kind of hard to deal with army. Your spells doesn't work, it's all range, you know, so it's kind of hard to outmaneuver. So yes, Mr. Knoff, you need something. He went for the Naga kill, it didn't work, who knows, maybe laming, but without reinforced burrows, you can't lame that well. Knoff is trying to creep big, another red camp, but Smurf is knocking to his doors.
Yeah, it's the right idea for Knoff, taking a big risk when he's far behind, but unfortunately the aggression continues. Smurf has ran across this map on springtime like over and over and over again. Wait a second, TP might have to be swapped. Can it be blocked? Naga's got to be careful, forced to burn the heal scroll inefficiently. Knoff doing what he can. The hero focus is absolutely the right play, and he will get the Naga kill.
Okay, that's the start of the comeback. I don't know what happened here. Demon Hunter had full inventory. I think that was the problem, but he gets level 5 now. So who cares about inventory? Huge supply lead for the Nidev. Look at all of those Dryads. Blade Master, instead of dealing damage, is just being like a boxing bag, basically. But he's close to the shop, and he can start popping the healing potions. And with the Raiders, you have the map control. But yes, again, very good trade for Smurf.
Blade Master, careful, trying to get a crit. He's trying to get lucky. 1 crit, 1 more hit. Nope, TP out, and Dryads get the kill. And 1-1 for Smurf. The Dryads work the second game, the second attempt.
Very close game indeed. So many fights.
Yeah, nice. Smurf is here to fight. And if you have no piercing damage against these Dryads, you're gonna have a tough time. Knoff maybe not picking the right strat, not picking the winning strat. But nice to see that what Smurf originally wanted to do on map 1 has a purpose and can work. Showed it here, bit better timings, bit better fights, bit better result.
Yeah, definitely well done. I think the issue for Knoff is he was being a little bit too conservative. He was sort of playing in between counters. Like, okay, I'll build this army to counter Dryads, kind of. But if you go Bears, I'll also be prepared for it. But you need to exaggerate the counter to Dryads, I feel like. When you realize your opponent's doing mass Dryads, build Headhunters, overbuild Raiders, retrain to Serpent Wards, get reinforced defenses, build a tower at home even, whatever. You need to exaggerate the counter, because if you just continue to fight with an inefficient army, that's exactly what happens. They were both one base, they both had equal heroes, but eventually Smurf just outvalued him because of Dryads.
Okay, I need a game name, if I may ask.
Yes, as always, this one.
Perfect, thank you.
My pleasure, Mr. 8-Man. That was a nice cast of you lads. Learned a lot, laughed a bit. It's a good mix, you guys. Someone says, and it's not just someone, what the hell, Leon comes in with the sub. Soul and Carson, the new caster Archon.
Archon, like StarCraft.
Like StarCraft.
You get 2 wait, what are they called? 2 Templars?
Yep.
2 Templars, and they morph together into the big ball of ice cream, whatever those things are. They used to be my favorite unit.
As Archon team, we need to split our, responsibilities. So, Mr. Carson, what about that? I'm doing the jokes. You are doing the proper English grammar.
True. Okay, gotcha. Perfect.
Okay, wonderful. But I have to kick one of you guys out here.
You guys can end the day. You guys end the day.
Alrighty, Carson wants to have an early day off. I see. You can prepare some interview questions already. I can tell you that much. Here are your players, everybody. Knoff and Smurf. Nice to see that our main event is going full distance. And the winner of this upcoming map will be up against Biko tomorrow in the semifinal, as these players are fighting for the last remaining spot. Now, who's that gonna be, Saul?
The games were very open. There's definitely game number 2. There was a lot of these shifts, and I wanted to confirm with Carson, that I'm not talking nonsense, that indeed the answer to mass dryads, but Knoff was a little bit shaky. Too many spirit walkers, no sentry wards. Of course, now he had time to think a little bit about this. And yes, maybe he was distracted about this late good luck, have fun. Have you seen this, Mr. Neo?
I
It was
did.
so funny.
Of course.
There is this meme that people from Sweden are so nice, and yes, Mr. Knoff is feeling bad when he says good luck, have fun, too late.
Yeah, that's what they also say about Canada. And then I met Bidu and Carson. So it's all just nonsense. And I've met Knoff after he lost games, so there's a different side to that person as well.
I'm not going to ask you what they say about Poland. Let's focus on this beautiful game. We have Keeper. Ooh, it sounds like a mass tier 1, Mr. Neo. To be honest, I love that as Night Elf you can do 2 different styles, completely different styles versus Orc, and it doesn't mean especially that it's going to be mass tier 1, but definitely as an option. So either we are going to see beautiful Archer and Hunt, or we are going to see Dryad Bear.
Yeah, so far, Keeper has been very successful today when Kevin played it versus Biko. And I said this in a cast recently, like, people aren't too familiar anymore with playing against Keeper. Like back in the day, 2020, 21, everybody played against Keeper all the time. They know exactly the entangle range, they know exactly the cooldown of treants, etc. But it has become a little out of fashion to go for the Keeper, and then people forget, and then they run into entangles, and then they lose their grunts, and then this game is almost over.
The fun part about playing Shadow of War, Mr. Smurf, okay, he's changing the aggro. I was worried for a moment. We see second Moonwell, so it's not going to be Hunt, it's going to be Bear Dryad most likely. But yes, my point about Keeper, what is very funny sometimes, a Night Elf player will decide to harass, and harass looks like that. You just go to the opponent base and you entangle a peon. And then you attack the peon. And you entangle another peon. So believe it or not, it's worth it. And yes, Mr. Grabby definitely, I saw his part of playing a Keeper in this matchup, he did it. He killed so many Lumber Peons that then he just make tier 2 Aline with mass archers and proxy Ancient of Wars, and he won versus pretty high level Orc player, so yes, Lumber is important.
It's also what Sonic did for a long time. Sonic, he is an innovator, and people only realize years later what that is. Nice little start for Knoff. It is indeed Windwalk, and Smurf did not expect that.
Yeah, Archer went down, nice deny, but of course Knoff is not ready, he's not close to level 2, but now they are just going to chase each other, and how annoying Knoff is going to be. Saying sorry for too late, good luck, have fun, and now laming the Wisps.
I told you. I told you, the Swedish guys are not that nice as they say. Behind that, he's getting a lot of information here, right? He sees the first hero, he sees it's a Keeper, he's canceling 2 Moonwells, he also sees it's a tech, so he doesn't have to worry about an expansion too much after seeing this position where usually there is a tree. So smooth sailing for Knoff thus far.
Yes, but still Smurf is defending nicely. He's remaking Moonwell number 3. And yes, in this matchup there is a lot of running. Early Windwalk to just protect the healing solve effect. And yes, as we can see, we have 2 grants only for the Orc. Third grant will be in production soon, probably. Because yes, we want to start creeping the Shadow Hunter. But look at this, Smurf decided to creep under Blade Master pressure, a defensive entangle to stop Blade Master for some last hits, and so far it works. Not that bad for Mr. Smurf.
Alrighty. Tier 2 is almost done on both sides. The Hunter's Hall is on time, more or less. And then we'll see what the future holds and what the production buildings are. We have a war mill this time, so Knoff surely learned from the mistakes of game 2, even though he's for now producing runs.
Yes, he's getting close to get level 2. He's creeping with grunts only. I don't know if it's going to be enough. We'll see about that. But yes, level 2 Blade Master, level 1 Blade Master, not a big game changer now. It was actually enough. He went for the crit and Panda for Smurf, and Knoff knows immediately. And Mr. Knoff also knows where Smurf is heading. He wants to creep the lab, but Blade Master is there.
Yeah, Knoff reads this game like a book so far, goes for Shaman, which is pretty much the best thing you can go for against Keeper of the Grove with the instant Dispel. Let's see how much he can do against that Panda when it levels up, but that's a long way until the Panda is really impactful.
Yeah, Blade Master got detected, so Smurf can see him, defensive entangle, and it's going to kill the Blade Master, but Knoff is pulling back. Rock Golem most likely will go to the Night Elf, but as we can see, it took a lot of time, 2 charges of the dust. Smurf, because the item is a big mana, this an investment is like a, this wine thing. You don't open good wine early, you let it sit for a long time, and this mana potion needs to wait until Panda is level 3, because then we get the huge value.
Exactly. Let's see what value Knoff is getting from his side of the map for solo leveling. We have Serpent Wards, which is pretty fantastic, as you guys discussed before, against Dryads, if we get there. Oh, I mean, there will for sure be at least a couple of Dryads. And then Shaman are coming, but for now, we level.
Yes, and he's kinda looking better versus Dryad, so definitely Smurf can just go tier 3, but as Carson meant, if you see that early shop, it means tier 2 is a very subtle chain, read that I didn't know, but it makes sense. Shop is an investment into tier 2, so I'm expecting mass Dryads again just because of this read. Shout out to the Carson, he knows this game pretty well.
It's crazy, right? He should do a show like KraV or something, and people should listen to him more. Keep saying that. Keeper level
Very
3.
true.
Yeah, that's his power.
Yes, Panda getting all of the experience, and yes, we are getting closer and closer to this level 3, but it still needs one more big camp.
Shadowhunter also still a bit under-leveled. Wonder if Knoff gets the information he needs. Get a very late Beastery. He was only focusing on Grunts and Shaman for now, but of course, if you want to be successful, you need Grunts, Kodos, and maybe even a Wyvern.
Okay, Blade Master is about to creep Jack. The Dust of Appearance is used, but yes, Blade Master will be able to go back. He has an invul, no problem here. Panda is getting more and more experience. Keeper is just staying AFK, wants to give all of the experience to the Panda, even though the Blade Master is lurking around. Shadowhunter is creeping nicely at the expansion. So far, I like the game for 2 players, and we will see the impact of the Serpent Wards.
Yeah, feels like both players on top of their game now. No slip-ups, nothing's been forgotten
Expo.
about.
Players' forces are under attack.
Oh, yeah, better be safe than sorry. There is an Invo Potion popped for that. So, good reveal. Oh, being slow, but that's not enough. Good reveal, good timing, good cancel. Buys a couple of seconds, which he needs to heal up himself. And now Knoff is under pressure.
Yes, Knoff is getting full mana, full HP. I love it because of your lovely overlay. You can see it's Sentry War, Serpent Wards level 2, so big snakes are coming, and Knoff is not deciding to expand. Actually, as a caster cares now, he's sending one peasant, peon, to expand on the bottom right. So yes, he will try to... Okay, he's getting for the orc actually. Is he going for it? Not really, he wants to cancel the expansion again. Okay, I don't know what he's doing, and probably he was indecisive a little bit as well. But now he's creeping. Creeping is almost always good.
Exactly. Sometimes it's the Overlord, and then he throws a couple of waves, and then you're hurt, and then the fight comes along. Knoff also takes the safe route. There's no fallback net anymore. There's no double elimination. We are in game 3 already. Now, Play it safe, play it cool, play it with the second base. But Smurf with a bit of momentum. His expansion, 60% plus the entangle time. He's out on the map to distract.
Yes, Smurf is going to be there, and what is going to happen? We have Serpent Wards. Panda with the Breath of Fire can connect. Who gets the experience? Knoff gets experience, and the Kodo Aura. Well, there is no Kodo on the battlefield now, so that's good. The good Aura heals Corlius immediately, but Mr. Neo, there is Panda level 3, and this Mana Potion will be opened soon.
Gotta say, it's not looking that great for Knoff right now. The Panda did a tremendous job so far. Speed scroll to get out of there. He really wanted the bounty from the Overlord and the big experience, but that didn't help that much. That rather hurt. The next Raider falling. Panda even with an illusion to soak up damage. Same for the Treants. Knoff doesn't have enough dispel anymore.
Yeah, Panda looks very strong here, and yes, Smurf even has expansion going up for him. Knoff has nothing. He needs to do some big moves here. And there is not enough dispel, there is not enough damage. Smurf is doing very well, or maybe kill on the Panda is a possibility. Is this Panda overstaying? I think so. Panda is dead.
Wow, and there was nothing to save him really. Shadowhunter also surrounded at the same time. We're down to the first heroes. No more Serpent Wards, no more healing. Raider also falling. Smurf with twice the supply, and he soon starts mining. On the way to the semi-final now, if no miracle is happening.
Yes, this Creepjack was hard for Mr. Knoff, and yes, he took a back fight, and Panda level 3, absolute beast. Nicely done by Mr. Smurf. Of course, Knoff is still trying to go back. He knows that he was able to kill the Panda. Maybe he will rebuy Shadowhunter from the tavern and then try something, or maybe he'll just try to cancel the expo, or at least confirm that there is the expo and then say GG. Well, one thing is certain, Knoff being very nice, he will definitely say GG.
Yeah, that's for sure. Maybe he unleashes his wrath on Grubby afterwards in their matches on PTR. But yeah, it very much looks like Smurf versus Biko is our second semi-final next to Lemes and KraV. We have some units still in the back. We're waiting for the Shadowhunter, but 50 seconds. Blademaster is not going for the Entangle, not brave enough, or not willing to waste the time because he's needed home.
Yeah, the problem of Dryads is that damage versus buildings, the piercing is not that good, and on top of that, the main source of damage from Dryads is kinda in the poison, right? And poison doesn't work versus buildings, so this siege is not that dangerous, but you know, if we can stop this at some time, it still will destroy our entire base. Smurf is pulling back. He understands that he has the upper hand. He doesn't want to lose a hero or something, so he's just patiently waiting. Knoff is waiting for his Shadowhunter as well, but yes, still double the supply for Smurf is not looking too sweet for the Swedish Orc.
Kevin out and Knoff facing elimination. It's not a great day for all bold Warcraft players. I feel you guys. I feel you. Blademaster still trying to creep up. Level 4 Shadowhunter would be nice healing, but that's about it. Good scouting by Smurf all around. Always has the Wisp nearby. Panda went shopping as well for more drinks. And now the
full mana, full HP, yep. Small mana potion, small healing potion. This Panda is ready. He's not going to die that easily. And yes, Smurf is mining from 2 bases, but he kinda wants to finish the game, and he's charging through the Orc base again.
Oh man, this might be the knockout punch. It's 27 food ahead, instant snipe on the Shaman once again. 1 heal wave, but then he needs more mana to be somewhat competitive. Blademaster backstab, maybe another hero focus, anything?
Yes, there we have Serpent Wards. In those Serpent Wards we trust, but yes, there is so many Dryads. And Mr. Knoff is still looking for some juicy creeps, juicy connections in Fury. Blademaster can crit very often, but yes, you need to be extremely lucky. And yes, I see some big red numbers, but supply is still in heavy favor of Smurf. Blademaster survived a little bit longer, but can he hold this?
He needs 1 million crits, but the Blademaster is down to a little bit. Panda sneezes on him once again. The Keeper still has a potion, swaps it, gently shares it. Keeper level 5, by the way. Crazy how he out-leveled Knoff in the mid and late game. We have 2 units, 2 heroes and a dream.
Knoff is still holding though, and we can actually see the triple supply soon, because 23, it's 26 times 3, it's 60, 78, but yes, Smurf so far on 62, and yes, he's doing better and better.
More Serpent Wards instantly killed, that's more XP, that Raider also gone. Wherever Knoff goes, Smurf knows and punishes him so hard. There are people, so you know it, that complain about Pally Rifle because they only build Rifle as a unit. You could say the same about this Smurf. All 3 games, Dryads only, and it's also victorious.
Yes, I understand that, yes, all of the complaints about Pala Rifle are completely illogical, but yes, we have more Dryads, 2-1 upgraded, Blade Master is going back, Panda with Breath of Fire, GG is called, Smurf advances to tomorrow, upper bracket.
Ay. Knoff still wears a smile on his face, but what's going on inside his head, you can probably see it on his screen, but the winner is indeed Smurf, and Poland got 2 players in the round of 4.
Well played. Well done indeed. He switched things up in map number 3. I think that was good adjustments from Smurf for sure to switch it into the Keeper Panda Mass Dryads with the expansion. I think this is a much more classic way to play Mass Dryads as opposed to Demon Hunter Naga 1 base. And Knoff just seemed not ready for it. Game number 1, he kind of had an accidental counter to it. Like he just happened to go the right thing. I don't know if it was intentional or not, whether or not to get the perfect counter to Mass Dryads, but last 2 games, it was all Smurf.
Yes, very well played. I am sending the invitation to Mr. Narbu. I know that Mr. Neo is very excited to talk about him, with him, and yes, I hope he will accept the interview. He says, okay, so Mr. Neo, I think he's coming.
He likes to talk. What can I say? Very glad that I don't have to do the interview, of course, but no. All memes aside, Nabu played this throughout the series better. Is quite a nice guy. And there he is. Nabu, GG.
Yo. Yeah, thank you. Those were stressful games. But I think I got older like 2 years after the second game, to be honest. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was a lot. That was a lot of Dryads.
Yeah, Dryads for the win, I guess.
Go ahead, Saul.
I was about to ask about the Dryads, like why not Bears? People usually say that the rejuvenation is very good, and I saw that you like to play Dryads also sometimes versus Human that expanded to stay tier 2 with a lot of Dryads. Like, do you think it's like a legit strategy, or just people don't know how to like counter mass Dryads pretty well?
Okay, so I don't go Bears because, they are not good enough. And in reality, I just fucking suck with Bears. Not gonna lie. I'm just horrible. So I said I'm gonna play Dryad.
Okay,
because I cannot beat any orc with Bears. Like Grabby is like farming me every single game when I try to go Bears. So I realized I'm not gonna be able to win versus Knoff with Bears. Even though I saw him losing a lot to Pato and stuff, but I think I wouldn't be able to win with Bears. Straight up.
So
game.
what is the secret to keep the Demon Hunter alive without this rejuvenation? Do you always have invul potion? Do you always have double staff of teleportation, staff of preservation?
Did you see how many times it died in the best of 3?
That's
like yes. So this is like a side effect of going Dryas. Your Demon Hunter is dying a lot, and you have to accept it. But
okay, fair enough. Carson, Mr. Neo, more questions?
Yeah, game number 3 was obviously a lot different from the first 2 games, but first 2 games pretty much Demon Hunter aggression on the mirror image, Naga second, Mass Dryads. What was different between Last Refuge and Springtime? Why less success on Last Refuge than game number 2?
Well, I tend to I play like Sonic sometimes, and I just turn off my brain, and I thought to myself, okay, I'm gonna sell my TP, I'm gonna buy circlets, snipe 3 or 4 headhunters, then finish the game on tier 2 with Mass Dryads. So that was the plan in my head, but when I was selling my TP, I forgot I didn't buy boots because they were not available yet for 6 seconds. So I just dived in, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna just run away, even if he speed scrolls, I have boots, and then I checked my inventory, I had no boots. And the game was over after that, yeah.
Yeah, and then he chased you down. Do you think you sort of play very aggressive against the mirror image? Do you think that is like keeping it low level is good? Because oftentimes I've heard people say like Demon Hunter level 3 versus Blade level 3 is good for the Demon Hunter, but you seem to prefer just to stop the mirror image player from creeping. You think level 1 versus level 1 good for the Night Elf, or how do you view that?
I absolutely hate to play against high level Blade Master. I know some
Yep.
people actually prefer to play like late game versus Orc. I don't know how they do it, to be honest. I always try to deny level 5
Yep.
Blade Master. Because I don't
Makes
know how to counter like level 3 illusions, with critical strike. There's a lot of them. If they get like HP pendants, I need like 6 dispels for a single one.
Yeah.
It's tough. So I try not to get to this point of the game where it matters that much,
Yeah, and I guess playing the Mass Dryad sort of aggressive style helps with that too. I'm wondering about tomorrow. You saw Kevin lose to Biko today at the start of the day, perhaps. How do you feel? Like Biko's a player that is all question marks for me. He plays really weird. Are you prepared? Do you play him on ladder? How do you feel about that match tomorrow for you?
You can't prepare versus Biko. Biko is a combination of Razorman and Sonic. He plays his own thing. He's like, I played one game versus him. He was going super well for me, and then I just lost. And the second game, he killed my AO at the start, but then he dived into my main, and my tree just smacked him and killed his DK, and I won. So there's like no preparation. It will be complete chaos versus this guy, 100%.
How do you feel against Undead in general? Biko aside, is that a comfortable matchup for you? Like, how would you?
Do you want
rank
to
your
get banned,
matchups?
or can I say my honest opinion about this matter?
You can say your honest opinion. Go for it.
Undead is too strong versus Elf. And everyone knows this. People who try to convince you say Happy is so much better than everyone else. Okay, fine, but like on the top level, I don't know how are you supposed to win this in this matchup. I feel like if Undead is good enough, like super good, like top Undead, he just has such a huge advantage. Maybe at my level it doesn't matter because I'm not a top player. So on my level, I think me versus Biko will be balanced, more or less, 50-50. But yeah, if we talk about plus 200 MMR, then I don't know. I don't know how they take maps even sometimes, to be honest.
Gotcha. Neo, did you have anything?
For him? No, of course not. No,
Very good.
If you want to say anything,
Nobody asked you.
No, it's all right. It's all right. If you have anything to say, feel free. It's your platform now.
Okay. Yeah, if there is some billionaire in the chat and he wants to donate, then you guys can donate to charity. The link that Neo posted before. There's this kid. He's like 2 years old. He's one of the chatter's son, and he has a cancer. And basically, the only way to treat that is to travel to USA because they are the only country that is providing this kind of therapy or something. So if there is some very rich guy and he wants to help, then it would be really cool.
It is very cool that you're raising awareness for this, mate. And because of that, I wish you good luck tomorrow so you can earn more money for the cause. And see you later.
Nice.
I have one more question, if we can use Mr. Narbu time.
Okay,
to
sure.
finish, and it's going to be a real question while Mr. Neo is, of course, showing this link in the chat. Mr. Smurf, Mr. Narbu, I would like to apologize you in the name of Back to Warcraft community for the what Knoff did. I know that Mr. Neo is already contacting him, and can me tell you, did you actually forgave him that he said good luck, have fun like 30 seconds too late? I'm sorry, I know that it's unacceptable, but can you comment on this behavior?
Yeah, I don't think so. I will say I have to figure it out. Knoff has to buy me a beer or something on the next LAN, or I don't know. I don't know how could he have known that? I can't believe this.
Yes, on this level, right?
Exactly. Like he typed "Good luck, have fun" 15 seconds late.
Yeah, he said sorry, but sometimes sorry is not enough.
Exactly. Yeah, I'll forgive him if he buys me a beer. I like free shit, when people buy me stuff, so I'll take it.
Fair enough. Thank you.
All right, Nabu. See you tomorrow.
See ya in the main event or something. No, that's too cocky. That was for fun, guys. Don't take it seriously. See ya.
One of a kind.
All right. With that, we have our semifinals prepared for tomorrow, as well as the best of 5 grand final. We're going to have Mr. KraV versus Lemes, and then Mr. Biko versus Smurf. So that should be a fun undead versus human in the top side of the bracket, and then of course undead versus night elf in the lower side of the bracket. And then the winners of those match will face each other in the finals.
Exactly. It's all gonna be best of 5, by the way.
Oh,
And of course,
3 best of 5s.
Oh, it's perfect. I'm very excited. And of course, GG to Mr. Knoff. He played very well, and I know that he practiced hard. It's not that easy to play versus good Night Elf, especially if good Night Elf can surprise with the Mice Dryads. I'm very excited for tomorrow. Cool games to come, and yes, 2 undeads in the top. No orc.
Hell yeah. So, out of all these 4 players, I am having a tough time picking a favorite. Smurf surprised me today, I gotta say. Biko also surprised me today. Kevin maybe bit shaky in game 3, but still Biko forced him into that position. Lemes super strong, KraV super strong, even though Teko had chances to beat him. So we wanted to have a tournament that's very competitive, and I think this tournament is very competitive.
Yeah, definitely. It was hard to predict all these games. I think they all could have gone either way. The Teko KraV series was maybe a lot closer than we thought it would be initially. You know, after yesterday, we thought Cloud was going to perhaps be the favorite against Lemes even, but wasn't prepared. And then Knoff would be the favorite against Smurf. And then Kevin was probably the favorite against Biko. So everything's been turned on its head nearly. And it's hard to know who to root for. But I do think content-wise, it'd be cool to see if Lemes can make it out of this, to get the Pally Rifle purist in the finals of the tournament. I think it'd be cool.
The one thing is certain, there is not going to be boring games. KraV versus Pala Rifle. He said that he has an idea. He's definitely the man on the job. And Smurf said he himself it best. Biko is like this, Pandora box. Is this big question mark. What is he going to play? And he played well today. Winning versus Kevin. Definitely the Night Elf community. They need to work hard to find the answer to Mr. Big, or maybe there is no answer.
We'll see about that. Tomorrow, the winner will go into the main event where 7 more players are already. Death Note, Hawk, Leon, Cash, Tiesiok, Jens, and Sonic are waiting for the winner of this closed qualifier. Of course, money is on the line for all the players as well. And the money can only be distributed because you guys are contributing like crazy in the past 2 weeks. $6,000 already. If you're entertained by what happened here yesterday or the day before, yesterday or the day before, no, yesterday or today, feel free to chip in so players get even more rewarded for your entertainment, basically. Thank you to Flip for the 38 months. Here is the link to the W3Champions finals on Matcherino. And, well, then I only have to say that W3Champions is the reason we're celebrating the season finals. And if you want to help keep the ship afloat, they also gather funds on their homepage for server cost. And if you want to help the platform to grow even better, you can reach out and become part of the team. If you can code C#, .NET, React, Rust, TypeScript, Node, or if you want to do their social media, or if you want to help with graphic design, or if you are a UI UX designer and think we can improve what already is so great, hit them up. Best person is probably Kovacs or Cephit, whoever is top on the list on the Discord server. And especially shout out and what's it called? Not a call to arms for people who might apply as a moderator, because this is one of the few gaming platforms where, yes, actual human beings are still doing the moderation. It's a very thankless job, but it needs to be done. So nobody is drawing swastikas with moon wells on a map like on other Warcraft platforms. It happened. So yeah, that would be nice if we can keep the platform clean as it is right now. Of course, there's foul apples everywhere, but at least we can weed them out. So all the best to W3Champions, and with more people helping the platform, it can grow even better.
Yes,
Absolutely.
definitely. I can recommend Kovacs to DM if you are actually want to help as a programmer. Kovacs is the person to DM. Very friendly guy, very programming oriented. So yes, definitely that's a nice way. And yes, moderators are also needed. But yes, maybe don't DM Mr. Kovacs for that.
But who else?
I think there is just moderation channel, so let's check who is the moderator there. That is the best way.
Okay, Carson, you wanted to say something.
I was just going to agree with everything you said. And as always, it's very impressive you remember everything, Neil. Remember back in the days, though? I mean, when you had like 8 slides?
I do.
Can we go back to the? Can we go back to those?
We have
I
4.
want more slides.
We have 4 slides, but I try to condense it a little bit. Throw chunks to the people, so the advertising segment is not that long, because when they realize that this keeps on, then they're going to tune out. So I keep it short and sprinkle it in.
I liked it. I was always like, okay, where's he gonna go next? Okay, he remembers that. Okay, is he gonna remember all these points? I liked it. It was like a cool what's that called? A quick time event on like Xbox games.
Yep.
You gotta press circle on time. It was perfect. But yeah, that's all I was gonna say. That's all I got.
Carson, I have one last question for you.
Yes.
Will you be back tomorrow?
Absolutely. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back next weekend, baby.
Ooh, yeah. Mr. Soul 8man, are you gonna be back tomorrow?
Mr. Neo, is up to you in the Twitch chat, I guess. Sorry for the hiccups today, but I was trying my best, and yes, I enjoy Warcraft 3, so maybe that goes in my favor.
So if the Twitch chat would agree, I don't know, we get the 8man back. You let your voice be heard, everybody, and then we'll make a decision if we bring this guy back. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the donates, especially to max it out with the big 300 towards the prize pool earlier. You are a carry in the past couple of weeks. Thank you so much. And if you like to support Back to Warcraft, then check out backtowarcraft.com/support. And if you like what Mr. 8man is doing, follow him everywhere, especially on Twitch and YouTube, because if he breaks a certain threshold, he's going to do a 24-hour stream, and that's going to be freaking hilarious. Twitch.tv/Soul8man, YouTube.com/Soul8man. We see each other tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.